Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Call back into open session this meeting of the Arlington ISD Board of Trustees for June 4th, and it's 7:25. First item on the agenda is organization of the board. Let's do opening ceremony first. Dr. Rice, would you lead us in the pledge? Please join me in a moment of silence, and if you would silence your electronic devices. Thank you. Now we move to the next item on our agenda, which is organization of the Board of Trustees, which is the election of board officers. It is our policy each year at the first meeting after the joint general election in May that the organization of board officers be placed on the agenda, and this is the time that the gavel is handed to the superintendent for the purpose of beginning our elections, and is the only time this happens for the purpose of beginning our elections.
Thank you, President Barron. Do we have a motion and a second for the office of president?
I'd like to nominate Bowie Hogg for the office of president.
I second.
Are there any other nominations? Then we.
Yes, I would like to nominate Ms. Jamie Sullins for vice president. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
for president.
Oh, okay. Getting ahead. Sorry.
So we have a motion by Jamie, Ms. Sullins, and a second by Ms. Pena for Mr. Hogg as the president. There are no other nominations. Please vote. All members voting in the affirmative, with Mr. Hibbs being out of town today or absent today. Congratulations, Mr. Hogg, President.
Thank you, Dr. Gassos. President Barron, thank you so much for all the work you've done for this board. You've moved us in new directions. At this moment, Mr. Pompa, we will look for nominations for other officers.
Okay. Well, at this moment, I will nominate Ms. Jamie Sullins for the office of vice president, Dr. Aaron Reich for the office of secretary, and Ms. Gloria Pena for the office of assistant secretary.
Is there a second?
And I'll second all that.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. We have a motion and a second to name Jamie Sullins as vice president, Aaron Reich as secretary, and Gloria Pena as assistant secretary. Any discussion? Please vote. We have 6 votes in affirmative. All those in present voting yes. Congratulations to the rest of the officers. Next program or presentation will be on our agenda. First, we have recognition of J. Woodrow Count Scholarship recipients. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Hogg. At this time, I'd like to call Nell Fielding to the front to help us recognize the Woodrow Count Scholarship recipients. Ms. Fielding is our Director of Counseling. Welcome.
President Hogg, Dr. Cavazos, and board members, it is an honor for me to present the recipients of the 2012-2013 J. Woodrow Count Scholarships. A committee at each high school selects the application of one outstanding senior to be considered for this award. The J. Woodrow Count Scholarship is awarded for the purpose of furthering a student's education at an institution of higher learning. The recipients are seniors who have earned high academics, demonstrated strong leadership, and possess a unique combination of talents. But before presenting the board, let me give you a brief biography of Mr. Counts. He was born in Bynum, Texas. He grew up there and graduated from Bynum High School. He attended what is now the University of North Texas on a basketball scholarship. After college, he served his country during World War II as a U.S. naval officer aboard the USS Texas. In 1949, Mr. Counts began his educational career in the Arlington School District, where he spent 36 years before retiring as a superintendent in 1985. The J. Woodrow Counts Administration Building is named in his honor. Mr. Counts took great pride in the Arlington schools and the personnel and students who strive to make it an outstanding system. He died in October 2006 at the age of 90. His legacy will live on through the scholarship that he established and funded. And it is my distinct pleasure to present the 2012-13 Woodrow Counts Scholarship recipients, and they are Nellie Ngongwa from Arlington High. She'll join me. And Eric Paredes from Seguin High School. And I have asked Nellie and Eric if they would tell who have come with them and what their future plans are.
I brought my dad and my brother in the back. And I'm going to Texas A&M University, and I'm majoring in biomedical sciences.
Hello, board. I brought my father, Fernando Paredes, and Miss Curry, my counselor. And I will be attending the University of Texas at San Antonio and will be majoring in music education.
Outstanding. Congratulations, both of you. You won a scholarship that bears an unbelievable name in Mr. Counts, and congratulations. We look forward to our next future leaders and some of our many winners. Next, we have a Student Leadership Advisory Board recognition. Dr. Cavazos?
Thank you, President Hogg. At this time, we'd like to recognize our 2012-2013 Student Leadership Advisory Board members, or the SLAB members. This year, we started that program where students are part of a leadership team with our board, and so we want to recognize the ones who have served this year for their service. So Evan Smith will lead us in that recognition. Ms. Smith.
President Hogg, Dr. Cavazos, and members of the boards, it's my distinct pleasure to recognize an outstanding group of young people that I know that you guys have had the wonderful opportunity to learn from and work with this year. They've had an incredible voice. They have grown. They are true leaders, and I think that our future is in really good hands with these folks. And I think we have a new crop coming in that are going to be equally as good. So we are going to start by honoring our charter members this year, and then we are going to introduce our new ones following. So I would like to begin with asking Ms. Rebecca Leppert to come up. She has been the president, and she is from Bowie High School. Next, I would like from Arlington High School to have Kendall Kinsey come up. From Bowie High School, Alexa Villanueva. From Lamar High School, Marcelo Rodriguez. Our Martin High School young man, Colton, is not here today because he is preparing to go to the semifinals in baseball, and he will be representing that team very well in Martin High School. So I would like to clap for him for two reasons. From Seguin High School, Imanje Clements. And from Sam Houston High School, Davi Keogh.
Stay up here, guys, stay up here, just
here.
1 second.
Not
Well,
yet.
sorry, they're not me. Let me say a couple of words. This was a idea the board and senior staff started discussing. Let's give a special thank you to Miss Rebecca Leppert, our founding president. This was the very first year we did this type of event. So as we all know, anyone who's created something with the very first year, it's always interesting in the first year, and this group couldn't have done a better job. This is a program where we really get student input. Just so you know, each one of these students is the current junior class president for their school. So they were elected by their peers, just like the board up here is elected by the community. So they're really representing the entire students. This started off, Rebecca Leppert's the current student body president. She's been a 2-year student body president at Bowie High School. This was a discussion, and through a discussion, she came up and said, how do we get students more involved? And boy, when we hear that, we jump on it as a board. And so, Ms. Leppert, I have to say thank you for all your work on creating this committee, and to all you students. We know you're already leaders, and you probably didn't need another thing on your plate, but welcome to the world of being elected. There's something else on there. So we're very proud of you. We look forward to watching you over this next year as we start awarding all these kind of big scholarships. We expect you guys to be winning in this next year and hearing great things. So thank you so much, and please help guide, give the rules and regulations and what to know for the new group that's come in. You've done an outstanding job, so thank you so much. At this time, on the Board of Trustees, you'll notice we all wear lapel pins. These are pins that can only be given by the Board of Trustees. And so at this time, the board would like to come down and award each one of you one of the pins, and thank you for all your service this year.
At this time, I'm going to ask the board to stay in their places here for just a moment. And what we're going to do is, first of all, I'm going to ask Imanje Clements is going to stay and now stand with Mr. Bowie Hogg, President Bowie Hogg of the school board, representing that these two presidents will be working together during the 13-14 school year. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Leslie Johnston, who's going to be doing the drawing of our new partnerships for this next school year.
Hector Gomez, Arlington High.
Hector could not be here this evening. He had to work, but we will make sure that we know he's partnered with Mr. Barron.
Carson Parks, Martin High School.
Carson is also on the baseball team.
Adam LeBlanc, Lamar High School.
Janae Wilson, Sam Houston High School.
Delrena Wynn, Bowie High School.
And Mr. Hibbs will be partnered with Kayla Wary from Seguin High School. She's actually ill, so she could not be here this evening either.
So again, for our second year, we are looking forward to great things from this group. Thank you very much.
Ms. Smith, thank you so much for all your work you do with this group. This is an outstanding group, and just another reiteration of how the strategic plan is helping shape this district with more student involvement. Next, we'll go to Dr. Cavazos for recognition of AVID National Demonstration Schools.
Thank you, President Hogg. At this time, I'd like to ask Linda Rogers to come forward, who is our district AVID coordinator, for a special recognition, and we've announced this in the past, but I thought it'd be important for the district coordinator as well as our principals to be here and receive a recognition for an outstanding job of becoming a national demonstration site for AVID. Not an easy task, and so I thank staff for their hard work. So Linda.
Thank you. Good evening, President Hogg, board members, and Superintendent Cavazos. It is with great pleasure that I am presenting to 3 of our outstanding AVID campuses the highest recognition an AVID school can acquire, and that's the designation as an AVID National Demonstration School. AVID demonstration schools are exemplary models of the AVID College Readiness System, starting and the very best AVID strategies and methodologies in both the AVID elective classrooms and school-wide. Demonstration schools serve as teaching schools for other campuses and districts wanting to learn more about AVID implementation in their schools. Currently, the Arlington ISD has approximately 2,800 students in the AVID elective classes grades 7 through 12. And because of the very hard work of all 18 of our campuses, we are graduating 219 AVID seniors, having earned more than $4.1 million in scholarships. So to begin, Mr. Tapia from Hutchison Junior High, and Karen Quas, the AVID coordinator, lead the Hutchison faculty and students in preparing all students to excel in college and careers beyond high school. Congratulations to Mr. Tapia and to Hutchison. Hutchison is our longest national demonstration school. They have now been validated 3 times. Ms. Brown, Carter Junior High Principal, Deborah Falls and Lindy Manasco, coordinators. Congratulations on the continued level of excellence. Ms. Brown, you're joining a campus filled with individually determined students and a great faculty and staff ready to support all students. This is Carter's 2nd validation, and congratulations to Carter Junior High and Ms. Brown.
too.
Oh,
so-
do you have
Yeah,
students?
we have 3 students.
Can you, students stand?
Thank you.
Thank you. And our newest AVID demonstration campus and our very first high school is Lamar High School. Dr. Harmon, principal of Lamar, Travis Horton, AVID coordinator. Wow. School-wide takes on a whole new meaning when addressing a school of more than 2,700 students. AVID Center does not freely give the demonstration status to schools, and after an entire day of validation, Lamar High School, faculty, staff, and student body earned well-deserved recognition as a teaching and learning campus. Congratulations, Dr. Harmon and Lamar. We have AVID National Demonstration lapel pins, it seems to be a trend tonight, that we would like to give to each of you. Thank you for your continued support to a college readiness system that sets college readiness and lifelong learning as a standard for all of our students.
Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call Ms. Rogers. Ms. Rogers, on behalf of the board and senior staff, I'd like to say thank you for all your work you do on AVID. I think most of this board up here talks, and we have a lot of programs in this district, and some work well, some need some change, and some are outstanding. AVID is one of those outstanding programs that changes students' lives and changes our schools. With that, could I ask all the group with your plaques to come back up to the front so we can get a picture of all you guys together? And also, I think it's a well-deserved another round of applause for being named this.
I'll tell you what, all right, here we go. One. And okay. Oh God. There we go. One and two.
Congratulations to our AVID National Demonstration Schools. That is a great award. Next, Dr. Cavazos, we have the UIL Sponsor Excellence Award.
Thank you, President Hogg. The University Interscholastic League establishes a high level of competition through extracurricular activities offered and recognizes the outstanding leadership within UIL through the Sponsor Excellence Award. A recipient of this award must assist in the accomplishments of UIL participants for a minimum, or for a 5-year minimum, use maximum resources and student aptitude, receive principal recommendations as an effective teacher in a non-UIL classroom activities, and a statement regarding the relative importance of competitive activities in the sponsor's personal educational philosophy. This award identifies the weight of the role that a sponsor plays in the development of students' extracurricular talents to the highest level within the educational system and establishing their personal worth separate from the end result in competition. Today, we would like to take some time to recognize Ms. Kay Owens. You can clap. Kay received the UIL Sponsor Excellence Award for her worth with the Martin Choir. This time I'd like to call Principal Martin High School, Marlene Roddy, to the podium to share why she nominated Kay for this honor. Marlene?
When I received the UIL, they send a letter to us and solicit us to nominate someone as a UIL Sponsor Excellence, and it wasn't very hard for me to think about it. It took me about 2 seconds to say, this person is Kay Owens. She is the department leader for our Fine Arts department, but she is a phenomenal teacher. Most of you, I know the board, most of you have heard Kay's choir perform at different venues throughout the school year, but they are an exceptionally talented group. But what is the most fun is watching her prepare them for performance. Her kids do refer to her as Mama O. I think they probably spend as much time with Mama O as they do with Mama at home. This year alone, she had 8 all-state choir members. She had 26 all-region choir members. Those represent some of the highest numbers in the state, if not the highest. She helps with our musical year in and year out, and if you've been to a Martin musical, you know how phenomenal they are as well. This year, her choir received 6 UIL sweepstake awards, and she had a superior rating as well. She performed also by invitation. Not very many invitations are given by the National American Choral Directors Association convention. We just happened to have 2 in our state. One was Arlington High and one was Martin High. I'd like to say that at the Meyerson, our students received a standing ovation, and what was so impressive about that standing ovation is that it did not stop until every student had left the stage, and there were quite a few members on the stage. So very, very impressive, great choir, a lot of the students as well as parents, community involvement. She involves our parents in so many things. They all appreciate her and love her. And I think I could probably ask them to stand. A lot of them are standing, but just the people that are here tonight showing their support, they know that Kay is very deserving of this.
At this time, we'd like to present Kay with her award.
well, we would sing, but we're not all here to sing, so. Thank you, Ms. Roddy, for nominating me for this prestigious award. I'm kind of speechless the day she came in my classroom with all of the assistant principals. I was a little nervous, especially since we had our phones out and we were putting dates in the phones of performances, and that was before we were supposed to be having our phones in our room. Anyway, a lot of people ask me, do you have children? And I don't have children, and my answer is always, yes, I have about 400 of them. And I love them dearly, and I love what I do. And thank you for all your support of fine arts in this district. And just thanks again for this award. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ms. Owens, and from all the students you've helped through all these years, I say thank you. We have one more item, and then we will have a short break for everyone. At this moment, we're going to consider administrative appointments. Dr. Cavazos?
Thank you, President Hogg. I would like to recommend the individuals discussed in closed session for the principal of Turning Point High School and the assistant principal for Workman Junior High School.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Reich and a second by Ms. Pena. I'm working on this. We're getting it. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. We have a 6-0 vote. All those present voting affirmative. Let's see. Dr. Cavazos, would you like to introduce the candidates?
Thank you.
Yes.
I will. It's my pleasure to present to you the new principal of Turning Point High School, Mr. Juan Villarreal. Juan received his Bachelor of Arts from Angelo State University in Spanish, Sul Ross State University, where he received his Master of Education in Educational Administration. Juan is most recently the assistant principal at Martin High School. He has served as an assistant principal in Fort Worth ISD, as Spanish and AP Spanish teacher in Reagan County ISD, and a Spanish teacher and coach at Water Valley ISD. Juan, congratulations, and anything you'd like to say, anyone you'd like to introduce?
Yes, sir. President Hogg, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Cavazos, thank you for granting me the opportunity to serve as principal at Turning Point High School. I would like to thank Principal Marlene Roddy, assistant principals and staff at Martin High School for allowing me to hone on my administrative skills and for always being supportive of me. I also want to thank Laura Jones for bringing me into the district 7 years ago. It has been a wonderful experience. I look forward to collaborating with all high school principals and assistant principals in the district to ensure that our students have a smooth transition to and from Turning Point. Now, to my Turning Point family, I look forward to building strong relationships with all of you that will impact our students in a positive way. Together, I know we will achieve great things and make a difference in our students' lives. I am eager to start working with you. I would like to say hello to my dad and my family in Big Lake, Texas, who are viewing me via live stream. Hola, los adoro y que Dios me los bendiga. To translate that for you, hello, I adore you and may God bless you. Now I would like to introduce my family. My beautiful wife, Cindy, who always supports me in everything I do. My son, Cameron, who is graduating this weekend from Martin High School and will be attending Texas A&M in the fall. My sister-in-law, Sherry Flannery, who is always very kind to my family. And I have another special introduction, a very special person that is dear to me. She was my mentor my first year as an assistant principal at Arlington Heights High School in the Fort Worth ISD, Ms. June Roberts. Again, I thank God for this wonderful opportunity, and thank you for allowing me to serve as principal at Turning Point High School. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure to present to you the new assistant principal of Workman Junior High School, Ms. Gaya Jefferson. Gaya attended Texas Women's University in Denton and obtained her Bachelor of Arts in Business Marketing. Attended University of North Texas, Dallas to obtain her Master of Education in Educational Leadership. Most recently, she's the campus instructional coach at Workman Junior High School and has taught 7th and 8th grade science at Hutchinson Junior High School. Gaya, congratulations. Anything you'd like to say, anyone you'd like to introduce?
Thank you, Dr. Cavazos. President Hogg, members of the board, and Dr. Cavazos, thank you for this privilege and honor to serve in this new capacity for children. Workman Junior High School is a wonderful school filled with stellar students, a dynamic staff, and caring parents. So all glory to God for this day. I would like to deposit into my love bank by thanking my gift from above, my husband, who is always praying for me, encouraging me, and challenging me to be a servant leader. My entire family who is here, my mom and dad, my mother-in-law, all my friends, which they are my family too, are here. And I'd like to thank all those that are watching online for your prayers and support as well. I'd like to thank my principal, Mr. Stroy, for your ongoing support, the Workman Selection Committee, and Ms. Wilmot Sonata for this opportunity. I would like to thank the Title I Department for developing me as an instructional coach, which is an essential component in shaping me as an aspiring assistant principal. To my previous Hutch family, under the leadership of Mr. Tapia, I learned a great deal about serving children from Mr. Nix, Ms. Holland, and my first principal, Ms. Bolden, who gave me the opportunity to teach and inspire children. To my Workman family, I am looking forward to continuing the positive progress that we've made with our students. And I'd like to end with a stanza from our Wildcat Creed. They can learn, they will learn, you see, I know it's all up to us. It will continue to take our hard work, perseverance, and passion of ensuring that every child learns. I'm excited for this journey, and thank you again for this opportunity.
Congratulations. As is our custom, we ask the appointees please follow Mr. Hill to the lobby for a receiving line so we each meet you and welcome you. If you would, please let the board go first. We would appreciate that, and we will take about a 10 to 15-minute break to participate. Thank you. Now I'll call the meeting back to order. Next, we'll open our public hearing on optional flexible school day for 2012-2013. Dr. Cavazos?
Thank you, President Hogg. At this time, I'd like to call Wendy Carrington, our Director of Dropout Prevention, to provide information about the optional flexible school day program and our hearing this evening. Wendy, welcome.
President Hogg, Dr. Cavazos, board members. I just want to say every year I have to follow really fantastic events, and I really hate that. Next year, if you could just have me follow something that's not so happy and fun, it would be really great. No, I'm happy to be here tonight to report that with the optional flexible school day program, we served 289 students this year. 107 of those have graduated so far this year. I expect that number to rise before the summer is over, and we do count those through the summer. So I'm very proud of that accomplishment. Optional flexible school day allows us to serve students who need a truly flexible schedule. And I'm excited to report that as well. This year, with 600 New York, we'll be able to serve more students with the OFSDP and allow them to work on their credits when they are able to do that. We have 71 students enrolled at our center right now. They come on a flexible schedule, and they are working toward their diplomas. And we are very grateful, and I want to thank you again for your support of that center. Without you, we would not have that and more ways to help our students. So thank you once again for your support in that. We appreciate you believing in the kids of AISD.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Carrington. Seeing we have no cards, we have no comments from the audience, the public hearing on optional flexible school day program 2012-2013 is now closed. Next, we will open our public hearing on optional flexible school day program 2013-2014. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Hogg, and we, again, we're going to hear from Wendy Carrington about this optional flexible school day program for 13-14. Wendy.
OFSDP may be used for students grade 9 through 12 who are at risk of dropping out of school. The program allows for a flexible schedule that does not meet the traditional 180-day, 5 days a week requirement. Students might instead attend on weekends, night classes, extended day classes, or flexible schedules. The district can receive funding based on the actual time a student is in attendance from as low as 45 minutes a day to a maximum of 10 hours a day. Minutes are accumulated to maximize the ADA a student can earn during a 12-month period. Students must apply to participate. They must meet eligibility requirements. They must be afforded certified instructors in all educational services for which they are eligible, and they must take the appropriate assessment during the regularly scheduled assessment.
Thank you, Ms. Carrington. We have no comments from the audience. The public hearing on optional flexible school day program 2013-2014 is now closed.
Thank you.
Now we come to our open forum for agenda items. This is a routine part of the school board's agenda for regularly scheduled meetings. This segment of the meeting provides citizens with an opportunity to share their views with the trustees on items that are on the agenda tonight. It is not intended to be a discussion or a debate, and trustees will not reply to the speakers. Derogatory comments aimed at an individual will not be tolerated. Personnel matters are not appropriate subjects for open forum. I have 2 cards from our audience. When your name is called, please step to the podium. You will have 5 minutes to speak. A lighted timer on the podium will assist you in pacing your presentation. A yellow light will illuminate when there is 1 minute left for you to complete your presentation. When the red light comes on and the buzzer sounds, please end your presentation. First, speaking on behalf of ATPE, we have salaries for 2013-2014, Stephanie Hudson.
Good evening, Superintendent Cavazos, President Hogg, and members of the board. I'm Stephanie Hudson, Arlington ATPE President. Not only have I taught in the district at Pope Elementary for 13 years, but I was born and raised in the North Star Cluster, and I'm a graduate of Lamar High School. So this district has always meant a lot to me and my family. In regard to next year's budget, I know that it hasn't come up for a vote yet, but when you do discuss the budget and salaries for next year, we ask that you remember all AISD employees, from teachers to paraprofessionals to our wonderful transportation staff and everyone else that makes this district so strong. We hope you will let the employees know as soon as possible decisions regarding the new pay scale. We know you don't have control of rising insurance rates or mandatory health care reform laws, but timing is important so that our people will have time to make a choice before the new school year begins. Thank you for your time that you put into making AISD a leading district in North Texas.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Next, representing UEA, I have Derek Hainga speaking on insurance.
I'll begin while Jessica's passing out papers. Good evening. After last week's board meeting, I promise you I won't need a full 5 minutes. We're going to get to the point and get this done. President Hogg, it sounds nice. Welcome. Jamie, congratulations. It's good. And Tony, I'm really glad you're here. There you go. With this in mind, ladies and gentlemen, when I was in the classroom, I had a student. I was trying to teach the skill of writing. And the idea was your writing must convey a story. And yet my student would put words on paper, but we just weren't getting there. And I would send him home, and he would come back all excited with his revision, and I would look at it, and I'd say, I don't see it. He'd say, look, I changed the word from red to yellow. I revised my paper. And I'd say, but it doesn't change the story. You haven't moved it forward. You haven't edited this thing. We're not there yet. And he would come back the next day, and he would be excited, and then he would be frustrated. And he would be excited, and he would be frustrated. And it was a struggle as a teacher to look at this child and to say, these minimal efforts aren't going to get you where you need to go. These efforts aren't good enough. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask you in your own personal life, where is the minimum acceptable? Where in your life do you say the minimum, oh, phew, I'm done? Would you guys as trustees accept the minimum from those guys over there? No. No, you wouldn't, and you shouldn't, and they wouldn't be capable of delivering the minimum. They're going to go above and beyond. Now, the papers I put in front of you are two documents. One is taking the large school districts in Texas. Last week, maybe the week before, the United States Census Bureau released a report about the finances of Texas schools, or excuse me, the nation's schools, and they had the 100 largest school districts. And one of the components of this was they compared employee benefits. And when you looked at the employee benefits down the page, there was a wide discrepancy. And it's really not fair to compare Chicago to Arlington. So I broke out the Texas districts and started looking at their data in this way. And I still didn't like what I saw because as you got into class size and this, it was really a disparaging report. So what we did was started calling these districts and saying, how much do you pay for insurance? Now this sheet lists that Arlington's paying between $225 and $240 more for support personnel, which we encourage. But then as you go down the page, you see other people are paying significantly more. Now you're going to say, well, hey, this is UEA bias. UEA's got an agenda. Of course, they're picking out districts that are paying a lot. The next document comes from Region 11. And when you look at Region 11's document, they're talking about the districts and what they're currently paying. Not everybody's reported. But as we look down that page, who is it we want to be competing with? Are we wanting to be competing with Everman, Forney, Lancaster, Little Elm? Or do we want to be competing with Dallas, San Antonio, Austin? Ladies and gentlemen, the minimum is just not good enough. The compensation package for your people includes insurance. And you guys have the benefit of having a very healthy fund balance. You have the ability to address the rise in the cost of insurance for your employees. And we're not saying you need to be the best on the page, but you do have some flexibility. I want to finish my story of the young man. The young man came back to my classroom one day, weeks later, as excited as could be about a soccer game he attended. 1 minute. With that in mind, at the end of that day, we sat down and we talked about his soccer game. He and I sat down and wrote a story that was worthy of a magazine. He was so passionate. He got the idea of writing. He got the idea of the energy. Every night he would go home and he'd come back and say, I added the part about where my mom bought a shirt. I added a part about the popcorn. I added a part about the head goal. He got the idea of effort, gave results. Board, I'm asking for effort to get some results. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hyinga. Next on our agenda is action items. First, we have the action item to consider 2013-14 Board of Trustees meeting calendars. This item was discussed in previous board work sessions. At this time, we'll open it up for any discussion from board members. Seeing none, do we have a motion for this action item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Perfect. We have a motion and second. Motion from Ms. Pena, second from Mr. Pompa. With that, please vote. Action item A, consider 2013-14 Board of Trustees meeting calendar. All those present voting in the affirmative. We have a calendar for 2013-14. Next on the agenda is items to be withdrawn from the consent agenda. Are there any items to be withdrawn from the consent agenda? Tonight we'll be considering items listed on your agenda under consent items. Ms. Powell, please share the donations and bids with us.
President Hogg, board members, Dr. Cavazos, good evening. It is my privilege this evening to report that our schools have received donations from the following individuals and organizations: the Arlington High School Wrestling Booster Club, Arlington High School Baseball Booster Club, the Bowie High School Track Booster Club, the Bowie High School Girls Basketball Booster Club, Rotary Club of Arlington North, Lamar High School Orchestra Booster Club, Arlington Kiwanis Foundation, Sarah Bearden, First Rate, Lamar High School Boys Soccer Booster Club, the Martin High School Cross Country and Track Booster Club, the Martin High School Choir Booster Club, Affiliated Bank, the Martin High School Soccer Booster Club, Martin High School Volleyball Booster Club, Martin High School Band Booster Club, Martin High School Golf Booster Club, the Martin High School Swimming and Diving Booster Club, Patterson Kia of Arlington, Diane White, Firewater Protection, Sam Houston High School Band Booster Club, the Seguin High School Football Booster Club, Bowles Junior High School Choir Booster Club, the Bowles Junior High School Athletic Booster Club, Church of the Good Shepherd United Methodist, General Mills Box Tops for Education, St. Albans Episcopal Church, Spring Creek Barbecue No. 2, Glamour Craft Studio, Safeway, Pantego Lions Foundation, Standard Utility Construction, and Wimbish Elementary School PTA. The total donations presented for your consideration this evening are $75,074, which brings our year-to-date total to $1,015,511. We also have 2 bids on the agenda this evening for your consideration. In both cases, the administration recommends the low bids and the bids representing the best value to the district.
Thank you, Ms. Powell, and we thank the community for their generosity. Is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Solon, second by Ms. Pena to accept the consent agenda. Any discussion? Please vote. All those present voting in affirmative. Now no withdrawn. Now we'll move to our discussion items. First, we're going to review 2013 action plans for Achieve Today, Excel Tomorrow strategic plan. Dr. Cavazos?
Thank you, President Hogg. We've been working on our strategic plan, 13-14 action plans, and so Elaine Say has been helping us with that and coordinating that effort with senior staff. And so, as you'll hear in the presentation, I think it's important to note ahead of time that year 2 action plans are being developed, and we're obtaining input from principals in our summer leadership training. And so this is the beginning of our action plans for year 2. So, Elaine, welcome.
Okay. Good evening, President Hogg, members of the board, and Dr. Cavazos. It is a privilege for me also to be here, and I feel like Wendy, as she said, it's kind of like, you know, just back to business after hearing all the wonderful, you know, student stories about the programs, the activities, and how much community support you have, and it's really a good feeling. It's a good feeling to know that your strategic plan will help support all of those endeavors and make sure that those kind of positive outcomes, you know, continue to appear at every board meeting. The action plans that are, as Dr. Cavazos said, sort of in this stage are the first step in the development process, and as he mentioned, the principals will get a chance to review them, and so you'll probably see revisions in a few of them. We had 18 strategies that were scheduled for 12-13, and all those strategies were implemented, and 15 of those strategies will continue into year 2 because either they were scheduled to finish but didn't quite get finished, or because they are a longer term strategy that'll take more than 1 year to complete. We have 3 strategies, though, that were completed in the 12-13 school year and will not be continuing on in the second year of the plan. As you realize, you had a 3-year phase-in of the strategy, so we'll bring in 10 new strategies for year 2. Originally 9 were scheduled, but the accountability strategy was moved up to year 2 from year 3, so we have 10 new strategies there. These strategies are some of them are combined together in an action plan where that seemed to make the most sense, and where the activities are related. So you'll see 23 action plans being presented to you tonight. The action plans are set up in the same format that we had this year, where you see what the focus area is, the actual strategy, the goal that it fits in,
person responsible, and then the detailed activities that indicate what's going to be done, what the timeline is, and so forth. I'm sure you got the packet of the detailed action plans, so you'll see all of those. What we're going to do tonight really is just show you the highlights and just comment on some of the, and then point out what the new strategies are in the plan. Two of the continuing strategies in the goal of providing leading edge experiences are the managed performance empowerment and the instructional model. And in the MPE, we're entering into the piece of the project where the phase 1 autonomies will be assigned to schools, and the principals will have training in terms of how to develop and manage these autonomies. So we'll be building principal capacity to work with these new autonomies, not just throw them out there, but give them the capacity to handle that. And then all of those processes will be monitored so that we can be sure that those are happening in the way that they're designated to happen. The instructional model is, of course, a huge strategy. As a result of the curriculum audit, the curriculum components will likely be modified, and then professional development will be provided where appropriate on those modifications of the curriculum. And then the next piece of that is the adoption of the instructional model, and that development work has begun this year and will continue into this next year. And the committee will, after they finish their work, will make a recommendation for the instructional model, and then we'll begin implementation of that. And that also brings along a lot of professional development with the implementation of the instructional model. Two new strategies in this same goal area are guidance and academic support. And the focus of this strategy is the revision of a PK-12 guidance program. And it's a research-based development and framework that's been, they've been in the process of working on that this year to have that ready to go full force here in year 2. So they'll complete that curriculum development in terms of the guidance curriculum. They'll train staff, the guidance counselors, and then implement and monitor the implementation of that guidance program. And then the local accountability system, I mentioned that earlier, that's moved up into year 2. And a committee will work to establish the parameters, conduct a needs assessment, to look at potential systems to build the local accountability system. And they'll be recommending and making recommendations to the board about that design, and then issuing an RFQ for adoption or development. Higher ed and career readiness, there's a new strategy for year 2 in terms of the CTE career technology higher ed individual plan for students. And as part of that development work, there were 10 new career pathways this school year, and there'll be 10 more in the 13-14 school year. But part of that development work this year has been the development of an 8th grade CTE course for all 8th graders. And in that course, they'll develop the individual plan. And but before that happens in that course, the elements of those plans will be refined and worked out, and staff will be trained on how those will be implemented. And so each 8th grade student will end that course with their individual plan. And then they'll also work on the development of, or the transition of that plan then into the high school, because it'll start as with this coming year's 8th graders and then follow them through school. Then the workforce development partnership strategy is a continuation strategy. It's really all about collaborating with the workforce partnerships that are already existing in the area and using those resources with an advisory group to shore up and support the current kinds of development of programs. And they'll also expand the student certification programs and implement new certifications. So constantly trying to keep abreast of all of the the new pieces and use all the resources that are available in this area. The last one is higher education partnerships, and this is another ongoing one. They continue to work in development of dual credit opportunities for students and working on, we call it admission exam prep, but that's the exam that students have to take and complete before they can start dual credit work. They'll also begin implementation of early college high school, and they also have an advisory group to work with and continue to develop new partnerships. It's very strong level of partnerships that kind of keep all of this process going. So it's not just develop a new set of courses and walk away, but it's continual development. The next goal deals with world-class facilities. And of course, this year was all about creating the facilities, doing the needs assessment piece. So there's the assessment on the physical condition, finalizing the definition of world-class facilities, the standard by which we want to measure how the facilities stack up. So that assessment against the standards will produce what the needs are for the district in terms of construction, renovation, and so forth. And that information will be reported to the board. Then that kind of information leads into the next strategy, which is the financial plan for facilities. And as a part of that plan, they'll use that assessment that came out of the creating the facilities vision, but they'll also use community input, and they'll have to prioritize the needs of the district because there's likely to be a lot more needs than can be addressed all at once. And they will also look at the financial status of the district using, the district's financial advisor, form the bond advisory committee, let them do their work, and then report back to the board with their recommendations. And then it's back to the board, of course, to consider their recommendations in form of a bond proposal or other steps. Safe and secure environment, and that goal, there's really just one major strategy in this. Two of the strategies that were completed were in this area, and one was controlled access, and the other was safe and secure environment. And those were very specific about specific facility and access pieces. This strategy looks at student character, student behavior, looks at a district-wide comprehensive discipline management system. And here you see detailed the kinds of people we want to be involved in that process and the kinds of strategies, if you would, conflict resolution, teacher training, RTI behavior, the kinds of components that we need to be included in that discipline management system. The student code of conduct, of course, will have to be revised based on based on what happens through the discipline management system. We'll continue and initiate programs that affect bullying, safe walk to school, scared straight. Some of those are continuing programs. And of course, the work will then be to train staff, starting with principals, on the new discipline management system. Goal on highly effective instruction. Here we're talking about both professional development and teacher tools and resources. And in terms of professional development, what we're talking about is not just delivering staff development or professional development, but they're looking at ways for the district to develop, to use nationally recognized standards to develop new ways to deliver staff development or new approaches to staff development. Whenever the group was working on these plans and talking about it, it was really very exciting because they've done a lot of the background work and are very excited about changing the way teachers learn and then changing the way and the approach to student learning. And so that group, that district team will work to design those professional standards and how professional learning should take place in the district, and then we'll report back their findings and recommendations and develop a plan for implementation of that professional learning process. And then teacher tools and resources, based on the curriculum audit, they expect that they'll need to revise and review the kinds of tools and resources that are a part of the curriculum. But they also want to and plan to develop a rubric to be able to evaluate instructional programs, because there's a lot of instructional programs. There are district instructional programs and there are campus programs, and there is a need to have a way to look at those and determine which programs work and which programs, you know, what is the best approach and what's the best of the best. So they want to use a rubric to evaluate the programs that are currently in use and any future programs that are being considered by the district. And then they want to share those findings with campus and central administrators and hope that work continues then to the campus level, so that programs would be reviewed in a systematic way based on a research-based approach. In terms of leadership, there's the competitive compensation plan. You know, this is a continuation into year 2, conducting the market study, reporting the findings, then using that data in terms of the salary structure and competitiveness and alignment and so forth to make any needed salary adjustments for the 14-15 budget. And to develop a performance pay system for employees that's phased in. And that as part of that, to establish a structure and a system for performance pay. So although those little you know, dots look pretty short, and they're very big pieces of the pie there. So, and then of course I know you realize that, but those are major kinds of tasks to be accomplished. In terms of selection and retention, and this is a new strategy for this year, they want to begin the use of performance demonstrations in the interview process, and I understand that that's already being done in some of the areas, but they want to extend that as needed. They want to develop and will develop personal and professional development and career plans for administrators, and that's a big one, and for all professional educators, so that will be a significant new initiative. And then they want a system to be able to monitor those professional development and career plans. And also important in any selection and retention plan is recognition of performance based on a system that's based on performance. And then they want to use the teacher screener program that's been in use this year. They want to see how that is performing. They want to compare teacher performance to those teachers who, based on their teacher screener results, to see how effective that was as a predictor of teacher success. The last area in recruitment and retention is employee appraisal, another big area. And we, this first year, we had the competitive compensation, the teacher appraisal pieces were together in one plan. We've separated them back out into separate action plans. This piece will look at a consultant to assist in the development of appraisal instruments, and it'll use, as it says here, multiple measures, stakeholder input, and so forth. And it'll be a phased-in, the appraisals, we won't try to develop new appraisals for everyone at once, begin with administrators, move to teachers, and then through other staff. Of course, all of this information will come to you, and it will be your role to approve and adopt the appraisal instruments for administrators in the 13-14 school year. And the other ones come in future years. The goal of respect, integrity, wellness, and citizenship, customer service, and positive working culture. These two we've combined together this year. They were separate before, but they seem to have a lot of commonalities. First, in terms of develop and implement a system to improve customer service, and that's the more generic, welcoming, and overall kind of customer service. And then they'll use the Studer model, which I'm sure you're pretty familiar with by now, for school and central leadership improvement. And that process will use the data from the employee engagement surveys. They'll develop a 90-day plan. They'll implement the plan, and then they'll go on a retreat and review their results of their plan, be trained as appropriate for their needs, and then go back in and develop a new 90-day plan and so forth, repeat that process. And then we'll have surveys of all of the stakeholder groups, employees, students, parents, graduating seniors, and the support card survey. So those pieces will continue. And then culture of integrity, this is another new strategy for this year. And this focuses on implementation of some training for staff on ethics, judgment, and professional responsibility. And we see this type of training for all employees. And then along with that teacher or staff training, employee training, will be development of some components in these same areas for integration into curriculum for students. So that's year one for culture of integrity. The next goal is an environment that builds great leaders. And, if you look at this list of all the kinds of opportunities that have been offered and are being offered, I think you'll see just a whole host of things. The Aspiring Principal Academy, tracking those graduates of that academy, looking at leadership programs for department leaders and level leaders at elementary, looking at special training for new assistant principals, leadership training for central office folks, and that's really part of the student process, looking at a succession plan, provide principal coaching, and that's where campus and central administrators be trained on student rounding, the rounding process, and then holds a student leadership conference for each high school network. So you see training for staff at all levels, you see training for students. So a very comprehensive strategy. In terms of community, parent, and family engagement, they'll be using the data that has been collected in this first year. That information will be used to develop a parent engagement program. Each campus improvement plan will have will include a plan for family involvement activities based on the needs of that individual campus. They'll offer a parent university with online training and other coursework, and then that can produce a transcript of their learning. 2 full-day parent university trainings, and then the family engagement subcommittee will be used to constantly meet, not constantly meet, but to meet periodically to review the kinds of activities that are taking place and make recommendations. So keeping them in that cycle. And then collaboration with community, same kind of process where implementing a volunteer and community partnership program, recruiting volunteers, actively recruiting volunteers and business partners, doing more recognition of volunteers and partners, and then the superintendent advisory group with representatives from the community to give him feedback on their experiences. And then like the family engagement subcommittee, we'll have the community engagement subcommittee. They'll do the same thing, meet periodically and provide feedback and make recommendations. And then the last goal is maximize awareness and support of the district, and these involve strategies to support the district's efforts in different areas. And the first is engage stakeholders in the strategic plan process. So this is one that looks at communication of the plan, continuing to get input in the plan and providing updates on the progress of the plan, presentations and so forth. So that's to keep the focus of the long-range plan in everybody's sights and keep everyone updated on the processes. The second and new strategy is market and promote what sets Arlington apart from other districts. And part of this process will be to develop and implement a plan to market those distinctive academic and extracurricular offerings, but it'll also include a communications audit so we can look at all aspects of communication in the district and then use those findings to help develop the needed communication tools if they are not already in existence. So that'll be a very new and interesting, challenging piece there. And then engaging the internal stakeholders as advocates for the district's vision. This is all about keeping staff and the community involved and communicate well with them both internally for staff and to conduct all kinds of different activities that give feedback so that the district's constantly aware of what's going on with its stakeholders. And they'll be implementing a speakers bureau of people at all different levels, not just an administrator speaker group. But we'll look at how that speakers bureau is used and how successful that is in helping support the district's vision. Okay, so next steps. Dr. Cavazos mentioned that principals will get an opportunity to review the action plans and provide input on those. And last year when that step was done, there were revisions that were made as a result of that. And then implementation's on its way. Quarterly reviews, we're switching to quarterly reviews because we're going to be hitting the ground running. So we're not just starting the run, we're continuing the run here. And then, of course, we'll be reporting to you periodically. Okay. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Say. I think run may be an understatement. It's more about a sprint.
Yeah.
Because we thought we were aggressive in year one. That's a lot in year two. At this time, is there any questions from my colleagues? Mr. Pompa.
Thank you, President Hogg. Going back to recruit and retain highly effective staff.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me a little bit more about how we plan to balance the timeline between developing an evaluation tool and developing a more of a performance-based system, because we can't do one without the other, and so we have them there on the same slide. I'm trying to figure out what our timeline is a little bit more clearly.
Okay. Want me to take that first shot? Let me jump in. We talked about a phase-in for administrative appraisal. I mean, so you think about, you need appraisal to be able to develop. But but both can happen at the same time. So the plan is to have administrative appraisal as the first step.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the competitive compensation plan and the pay structure and so forth, or the competitive compensation piece, really what you're doing there is you're developing what the elements need to be in the plan. So if one of the elements in the competitive compensation plan is appraisal, then it's the appraisal that's being developed over here, and that slides in. But then there are other pieces beyond just the appraisal that would be considered in that process. So they can really be happening simultaneously, but for the teachers, I mean, then if you say, well, we want to include teacher appraisal, well, that's not done yet. So maybe that piece for teachers has to wait until that piece is done in terms on the appraisal side. So yes, they do have to line up, but you can start in both areas at the same time.
The other thing I would add, and that's you're absolutely right. The other thing I would add is that as we get our consultant for HR consulting in terms of the evaluation, development, et cetera, that's part of their task, is to set that structure and their timeline. I think it would be appropriate sometime early fall to come back and have a bigger discussion about this, the timeline. But the consultant, that's part of their task, is how quickly or can they develop a evaluation system. We know that the administrator evaluation system will be first. That's how we're rolling it out.
Mm-hmm.
And the teacher appraisal system redevelopment comes after that. But you're right, those components, competitive compensation assumes in a lot of cases that you have a very strong and robust evaluation system. And so under that assumption, if you're developing one, then you can start building the framework, just as Elaine said, at the same time.
Yeah, I think that's going to be definitely a challenging balance, and I think there's opportunities to do something really good and opportunities to maybe not do something really good. So I want to make sure that we keep a close eye on that, because I think one can inform the other and one can help shape the other. And so that's where I see the great opportunity, that as we're developing that competitive compensation system, it kind of drives what we're looking for in terms of how we evaluate our staff. And then eventually, when we do finish that evaluation system, will give us information that we need to be able to differentiate between levels of performance. And so, and knowing that, I think that specifically for when we get to the teacher one, it's a complicated one. It's a complex one. I think it's great to do the administration first, but I think once we get into the teacher and, you know, do we include student performance, or how do we include it and all that, it gets pretty complex. And I mean, we have it all packaged in 1 year. I mean, I'm concerned whether we can really do it all in 1 year.
Yeah, and I think that's where that HR consultant would help in defining some of that. Some of the big pieces that are still out that will affect this are obviously our instructional model. And if we're spending that much time, resource, et cetera, on an instructional model, then it should be tied somehow to an evaluation system, as an example. So that's coming in the fall. But you're right. I mean, this is a complicated task, especially when you get to the teacher appraisal and scores and changes in the tests that are now being, you know, administered and things like that.
And I think it'd be appropriate once we do that, if we need to move this completion to a year 3, definitely want to, like Mr. Hogg said, we're sprinting here. But at the same time, when we set our goals, we got to be realistic with what we can do the second year and what is just not going to be doable the third year, and maybe putting undue pressure or undue expectations or unrealistic expectations to put something like this in year 2 as opposed to, you know, putting in year 3. So, you know, if we need to update it, we can do that as we get the HR consultant on board.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Dr. Reich.
Thank you, President Hogg. That's different to say that. Adding on to what Mr. Pompa was talking about, it would seem to me that most of this year 2 is development, maybe testing the waters with implementation, but the actual true implementation is probably year 3. Just to clarify, is that correct?
Yes, I mean,
Yeah.
that would make sense, is that you're developing the concepts and the plan, and then you have to budget for it, and so the implementation of it would actually probably come in the following year.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I just wanted to clarify that for my colleagues. Thanks.
Ms. Solons.
Thank you, President Hogg. So, also, in the same vein, the comprehensive discipline management system, we would be developing the system.
Exactly.
But the rollout target year would be the following school year?
In essence, yes. It just depends on how much traction we can get on the development and start piloting some of it. That's some other discussion we've had, very similar to the evaluation discussion for administrators. If we get some good movement in that, then we can start actually piloting or practicing, if you will. And that's the same thinking with not only the discipline management, but also the instructional model as an example. In the fall, when we get closer to the actual components, then can we actually start practicing that in some of the classrooms to get some movement, not just finish and then say, okay, now we're going to implement. So we'd be doing it at the same time.
And another question, do we anticipate the online parent university to be developed in-house, or is that a consultant? Or the online part of it, I think, is interesting. I want to make sure that parents are incented and motivated to participate. I know that I'm always incentive if I ever did have to take a defensive driving, not that I have, not that I have. but you know, I just want to, you know, there's such a tremendous opportunity. We want to make sure that the parents participate.
Yes. Leslie Johnson has the answer to that question, and she's eager to answer it.
Here she comes.
We're looking at several options, but it will probably be pieces of both.
We have some videos that we're producing in-house. Spence is helping us produce those on different areas, and we'll have those produced online, but we're looking at some options on providing transcripts for completing different programs, and some of that will have to be an outside vendor, and we have several different options that we've looked at that are being used by other districts, and so we're trying to find the best fit for what we're trying to do. And we'll also purchase some outside videos as well to supplement what we're producing in-house.
Very good, thank you.
I have a follow-up question on that. For our low socioeconomic families that may not have access to online, will we be bringing them in or offering our facilities? I would think 600 New York is a prime example, but besides that one facility, will we be bringing them in and offering that for them to be able to do that in our facilities?
We will. A lot of our initial videos right now are some classes that Title I already offers in person on our campuses, but we're also looking at possibly doing full day or half day Saturday programs that would be at the PDC that anyone would be able to attend and having different sessions there.
Okay. Okay.
And the videos that we have now are on YouTube, so you'll be able to watch it from your app on your phone also. So.
Great. Thanks.
Any other questions from board members? Ms. Say, thank you so much. We can see how much work it is in there, and Dr. Cavazos and all of staff. We thought year one was aggressive. I think year two may sum up the aggressive year, and I know what we have in year three also for that plan, so everything else rolling. So thank you for all your hard work on this. Yeah. Yeah, start. Year three, we start the planning for the next one also. We understand that also. So next we cover discussion item, legislative update. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Hogg. And we want to bring the legislative update in this order so that we have a brief discussion about some funding decisions that have been made. So, Ms. Powell.
President Hogg, board members, Dr. Cavazos. This is what I hope the last legislative update for a while. The legislature has adjourned. They adjourned their regular session on May 27th, but no sooner had they adjourned than the governor actually called a special session. It began that same evening as the adjournment. The special session call right now is limited to redistricting for the districts that are used to elect members of the Texas House and Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives. That call, though, can be expanded to other topics. There has been some rumor and concern that possibly the call could be expanded to include some other topics that affect public education that maybe were not successful during the regular session, including school choice and vouchers. The governor has 20 days following a session to either sign or to veto bills that are sent to him within the last 10 days of a session. The governor can either sign a bill, he can veto it, or he can just let it become law without signing it. So June 16th is the date, the 20th day following the 83rd regular session for those actions to take place. There were, I guess as legislative sessions go, this was a pretty good one for public education. The budget bill, actually Senate Bill 1, there's also another piece of the next biennium's budget that is in House Bill 1025. And from those different bills, the legislature added $3.4 billion back to the foundation program for public education. There were some other additional small amounts of money added in other places, but $3.4 billion for the foundation program. That is the program through which we get our basic state aid. The change from current law for us in terms of the additional state aid we will recognize is $21.5 million approximately in the 13-14 year. We'll talk about that as we move into the budget discussion in a minute. And then in the 14-15 years, approximately $29.5 million more money that will be coming to us than we would have gotten if current law had remained in effect. I want to be clear that that's not $29.5 million on top of another $21.5 million, but that's the difference between what we would get under the new law and what we would have gotten had the old law remained in effect. There's also $330 million included in the next biennium's budget to help offset the impact of school districts in the second year of the biennium. That's the year that we all have to start contributing 1.5% additional into the TRS fund. That's another bill that will impact school districts this year. The impact to us for that funding is $3.7 million, but it goes to offset a required contribution of that amount of money, as you'll see in just a minute. The signature piece of education legislation for the session was House Bill 5. That is the bill that relates to public school accountability, graduation requirements, and school district assessments. This bill passed, and it creates a single foundation diploma for students, and it offers endorsement opportunities in several different areas, including STEM, business and industry, private services, including health sciences, education and training, law enforcement, and culinary arts and hospitality. Also, an endorsement is available in the arts and humanities and in multidisciplinary studies, which involves courses from the other endorsement areas. The foundation plan requires 3 credits each of math and science. If you're going to get an endorsement on your diploma, you have to have 4 credits each of math and science. There's also a distinguished performance designation available to students, and that requires 4 credits in math, including Algebra 2, and 4 science credits, and at least 1 of the endorsements. This new graduation plan takes effect in the 2014-2015 year, and students that have entered high school prior to that point have the choice of either moving to this new plan or staying on the current plan. The other very significant thing that House Bill 5 did was reduce the number of end-of-course exams from 15 exams that students take currently to 5. And you see the 5 listed here: Algebra 1, Biology, English 1, and English 2, and U.S. History. In the English 1 and 2 tests, reading and writing are combined into those tests. And no longer can the end-of-course exams be used to determine a final grade or a student's class rank. Also in House Bill 5 was a limitation on district benchmark tests. Districts are limited to 2 benchmark tests per state administered assessment. That does not apply to college prep exams or tests that are designed and administered by a classroom teacher. The rating system for schools and for school districts was also touched upon in this bill. School districts will receive grade ratings of A, B, C, D, or F, and campuses, though, will continue to receive the ratings they've been getting: exemplary, recognized, acceptable, or unacceptable. Another new component of the district and campus assessment process is an evaluation of performance in community and student engagement. Each district has to evaluate its overall performance and assign ratings of exemplary, recognized, acceptable, or unacceptable for that performance and for each evaluation factor. This is actually effective with the 13-14 school year. We'll be getting more information on each of these bills and on all the other legislation as our legislative consultants work through the bills themselves and come meet with us to have some post-legislative briefings. So we'll have more details on this in the coming weeks. Senate Bill 2 was another major piece of legislation that passed affecting public education. It relates to charter schools. It requires school districts to offer charter schools the opportunity to either lease or to buy space before a school district can offer that property to the public, but it does not require districts to accept the offer. So there was a significant improvement in that particular provision of the bill from when it was first filed. It also allows school districts to grant a district charter to a campus under specific circumstances. That bill does raise the cap on the number of open enrollment charters that can be granted from 215 is the current cap up to 305 by the year 2019. And it transfers oversight of charters to TEA from the State Board of Education. It also it makes it easier for TEA to revoke charters of low-performing schools. Any charter that has been unacceptable for 3 years will have its charter automatically revoked. House Bill 866 reduced the testing in grades 3 through 8, and you can see where the tests will be administered on this chart. The state will still have to obtain a federal waiver for any provisions that do not comply with the No Child Left Behind provisions. Senate Bill 1458, this is the TRS bill I was referring to just a minute ago. This bill actually takes effect in the second year of the biennium. And it requires school districts to contribute 1.5% of their payroll into the TRS fund. So it helps shore up the TRS fund, but it is very costly for individual school districts. This is a responsibility that the state has passed now to school districts. So the estimated cost to us is $3.7 million a year. The legislature did appropriate money one time only for this first year to offset that contribution that's required of school districts. There is no discussion about what may happen in subsequent bienniums, but this money to offset our required contribution was appropriated for 1 year only. So the assumption is that beginning that following year, in the 15-16 year, then we had to pick that cost up entirely ourselves. It also sets the minimum retirement age at 62 for anyone who joins TRS after September 1st of 2007, and it grants a one-time cost of living adjustment for individuals who retired under TRS before August 31st of 2004. It also raises the percentage that members have to contribute into TRS incrementally over the next several years. There were several other bills of interest that we commented on and worked on during the session. Senate Bill 14 and House Bill 14 were transparency bills. These were identical bills that had to do with information that would have to be disclosed in documents that would order a bond sale. These bills changed significantly over the course of the session, and House Bill 14 actually died on a point of order, and so the bills never came forward and were not passed. House Bill 1926 is a bill that deals with electronic courses, virtual instruction. That did pass. It changed significantly as it moved through the process. Students are allowed to take virtual courses in certain situations, and districts can deny student requests under certain circumstances outlined in the bill. And it does establishes eligibility for the entities that seek to provide virtual instruction. Senate Bill 1263 was one that would allow parents to petition for repurposing or for alternative management or closure of a school after 3 years of a school being rated as unacceptable. That bill was one of great concern for public school districts across the state, and it was left pending in the House Public Education Committee, and so it did not pass. And then House Bill 500 had to do with franchise taxes. It established new exemptions. It lowers the franchise tax rates across the board from fiscal year 2014-15, and it did pass. And this is one simply where the legislatures voted to lower the tax rates and replace those dollars with other sources. So that will have no impact on public education. So that's a quick review of some of the legislation that passed in the last few days of the session. There was quite a flurry, as there always is, of stuff that passes and then doesn't make it. As I mentioned a minute ago, we will be engaging with our legislative consultants in post-legislative briefings in the coming weeks, and we'll get a great deal of detail on all of the items that passed or did not pass the session that will impact public education. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Powell. I think we'll all be interested to see these things that passed, how they turn out. Let me just take a minute of personal privilege and thank Dr. Reich and yourself. Dr. Reich headed up our board's Legislative Affairs Committee along with Mr. Pompa and myself. He did a lot of work on that, and Ms. Powell, I know you spent hours and hours also with that. So for the two of you, thank you for your leadership and guidance on guiding us through a interesting legislative session. With that, we'll pass it over to Dr. Reich.
Thank you, President Hogg. Appreciate the nice words. I was curious, Ms. Powell, with the governor not signing HB 5 yet, there's been a lot of calls. I've put notices out there, Facebooked it, hey, call the governor, put pressure on his office to please sign. With that is that every day that he doesn't, and we don't know, our district is potentially going to have to incur extra costs and strain with remediations and those types of things. Do you have any estimates if how that does affect us? And that might be for Dr. Cavazos. I'm just curious if it's a large issue for us, or we're okay and we'll see if he lets it go past the 16th. I was just curious about that.
And we have not had any conversation about that. I think,
Okay.
you know, it will take effect and become law even if he does not sign that.
Right.
And so I don't know if you have any additional information on that.
Okay. All right. Thanks for everything.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Mr. Pompa.
Thank you, President Hogg, and I want to echo your words in thanking Dr. Raj for great work on this particular committee. It was a lot of work to try to keep up with all these bills and amendments and all the things that they were doing. But I also want to commend the board and the administration for engaging with the legislative process at the level that we did this year. I can't imagine our board not being involved. I don't know how many letters we ended up writing in support and opposing legislation, and we had an effect. We really did. I think we were able to shape to some degree what this legislative session ended up looking like, and definitely shape how these extremely critical bills such as House Bill 1 and 5 came out. So congratulations to the board and to Dr. Reich and to Ms. Powell for, and I think Ms. Johnson writing a lot of letters. Did we ever add them up to figure out how many letters we did?
I have been intending to count. I have not counted yet. I will.
And I know some of these letters were like a 2 to 3 hour turnaround. Hey, we need to either support or voice your opposition to this particular amendment or bill or whatever, and you guys had to react pretty much immediately on top of everything else that you're working on. So again, thank you very much. I do have just a couple of questions because in my mind, I wasn't able to keep up, even though we talked about it, which things ended up happening or not. On the foundation diploma, if students choose simply the foundation diploma with any of these endorsements, do all of them qualify them for a four-year university in Texas? Because I knew there was some issues with that.
And I believe the answer there is yes. And again, we're going to get a lot more detail in the next week or so, but I think the answer to your question there is yes.
Does every student have to choose
Yes.
an endorsement?
No, they do not have to choose an endorsement, but they have to make a choice in their freshman year as to which plan they're going to pursue, and they can change it down the road. The parents have to be involved with that selection initially and have to be notified of any subsequent changes.
So if they choose only the foundation plan but no endorsements, do we know whether they have the qualifications to enter a four-year university, say A&M, UT, any of our big universities?
And I don't know that I can answer that question.
I don't know if Nell Fielding knows the answer to that question. There's some detail here that hasn't been sifted out, but if they just go the foundational program, can they go into a major university? Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's not clarified yet. We can get that detail.
Yeah, and I think it's critical, obviously, for us to find out so that we can communicate to our students and the parents that you know, this is an option, but it does limit your options later on in terms of
Right.
where you can go to school. The reduced number of end-of-course exams, that's effective next year, right? So next year, we go down to 5
Yes.
exams at the high school level, and then the changes are also effective for the grades 3 through 8 in terms of testing. So
Yes.
all the testing is effective next year. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pompa. Ms. Solons?
Thank you. Just a quick question, and Ms. Powell, it's a very daunting task to keep up with the legislative and also develop the budget at the same time. We knew that going in, so kudos to the entire finance team for keeping up with the ever-changing shell game that goes on during this process. I did wonder if the $3.7 million impact to us for SB 1458 has been channeled through the multi-year budget.
It has.
Okay.
You will see that, and I'll mention that when we
In a
get to
minute,
that
okay.
slide, but yes. And again, we're going to incur that cost beginning in the 14-15 year. That will be a recurring cost, and in that 1 year, we will get money to offset it, but that's the only year right now that we know that we'll get that additional state aid. And it's
Okay.
reflected as such on both the revenue and the expenditure side in that forecast.
You've been busy. Thank you very much.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, President Hogg. My question is the same thing as on the TRS bill. If it's going up from, on the employee contribution from 6.4 to 7.7% in 4 or 5 years,
Yes.
then that's about 1/4 to 1/3 of a percent per employee. And is that based on total salary for the employee?
It's based, yes, TRS defines what are eligible wages for TRS, so your base wage, stipends that you receive, extra duty, yes, is all considered eligible compensation, and it's based on the sum of that.
Now, is the state going to match it? Are they increasing their contribution?
They have set a range in there that they will contribute, and so I think, yes, they will try to increase that as well.
The 1.5% that the district is going to be charged, is that based on our total salary? Or is it the same thing as the employee?
It's the same thing, and that particular model, that the $3.7 million estimate was calculated by Moat Casey and Associates, the legislative consultants, but it is based on eligible wages for TRS.
It seems like a shell game because we're just going to pay it out of our state allotment, right? They give us the money and we
Well,
give it back to them?
they're only going to give us the money 1 year to pay for that, and then after that, it does come out of our allotment. I think some of the comment during the session was, well, we are increasing the basic allotment, and thus your state aid, and so you just take it out of that increase. That's money that we could have used for other instructional purposes and serve our kids.
They could also have just not given it to us and kept it and
Yes.
seems silly. I know. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Barron, you know it looks better if they give us money and then take it away someplace else. Makes that first line item look a little nicer for them. So, any other questions from trustees? Ms. Powell, once again, thank you for all your work on the legislative committee this year. We know we're not done, and laws don't go into effect till September, so there's still a lot to happen in the legislation. Next, we're going to consider, and I think we're going to have a repeat performance from Ms. Powell. We're going to go over the 2013-2014 proposed budget.
President Hogg, board members, Dr. Cavazos. In our last meeting, we talked about the preliminary budget. We made a presentation, initial presentation of the budget, And since then, we have continued our work on the budget, and we are bringing to you this evening our proposed budget. We have made several changes to the budget since we last met. Most notably, we have incorporated into the budget the impact of our preliminary property values that we received from Tarrant Appraisal District in May, as you'll see in a moment, and the impact of the additional state aid that was approved by the legislature. The only fund that changed from our last presentation is the general operating fund budget, so just keep that in mind as we go through this. So as you can see on the summary slide here, as the budget stands right now, the total of all funds is $585.9 million. The estimated tax rate has not changed. As you will see in the next slide, we have received our preliminary property values from the Tarrant Appraisal District, and the values are quite good, better than we had expected. So we are, though, not anticipating a change in the M&O tax rate or the debt service rate. As we move forward, we will actually approve or adopt the tax rate in August after we get the certified property values. At that time, it is possible that we might be able to adjust the debt service rate down just a tick once we have those certified values. But at the moment, we're leaving that unchanged at the 26.1 cents. So the total estimated tax rate for next year at this point is $1.30.1. This particular chart shows our property values, a history of them. The $20.6 billion that you see is the estimated for the 2013 values. That reflects the property values we've received from the Tarrant Appraisal District in May, and our projection from those values out to what we expect our certified values will be July 25th. The May values were $21.2 billion, and we know that they will decline between now and the time we get to July 25th as people appeal their values and as those appeals are heard and adjustments are made. We have a very long history, though, of looking and taking those May values and then comparing them out to our July 25th value. So we have a long history as to what that change typically is, and it varies from year to year. But we have taken that variance, the average of that change from the last 5 years, to project out what we think our property values will be at July 25th. And so we are projecting that those values will be $20.64 billion at July 25th. That would be almost 4.2% higher than last year's certified value. So that is a significant increase for us. Just as a point of reference, the average decline over the last 5 years from the May values out to September 25th is 2.8%. And so that's what we're projecting to see here and hope that that does hold. The property values that were estimated, the $20.6 billion in values, are higher than what we used in the preliminary budget that we brought you even at the last meeting. We were projecting values would be $20.3 billion. So they are trending even better than we had expected. This chart again shows the history of our tax rates, and it shows on the far right-hand bar the projected tax rate for next year is no change from the current year. And looking at the general fund, remember, as I just mentioned, this is the only fund where there actually is a change from the preliminary budget. So the slide before us right now shows our proposed budget in the middle column compared to what we brought you at the last meeting. It was the preliminary budget, and it shows the difference in the total categories of revenue and expenditures from the preliminary budget. At this point, I'll remind everybody that the proposed budget does not yet include anything for the FFC recommendations that we'll talk about as our next discussion item this evening, or any adjustment in compensation. So as the budget stands right now, if we were to adopt it as it is right now, we would have a surplus of $26.9 million. And again, we have incorporated into that proposed budget the impact of the additional state aid that the legislature has passed, and also the impact of higher property values and a couple of additional expenditures that we'll talk about in just a second. On this slide and the next slide, what we did was try to drill down into the budget a little bit to show you in a little greater detail what did change from the first presentation we brought you at the last meeting. You can see here that property taxes are budgeted $3.4 million higher than they were at the last meeting. And again, that's entirely from the impact of the May property values that were higher than we had expected. The other line item that has changed is state aid, $21.5 million of additional state aid that we are recognizing because of the additional aid approved by the state legislature. So all total, our revenue budget is $24.9 million higher than it was at the initial presentation. On the expenditure side, there are several changes of note here. On payroll, we have included new positions. We reported to the board at the last meeting that we were continuing to look at our staffing needs and that we would bring forth recommendations for the positions that we believe are necessary for next year. We have incorporated those into the proposed budget, and we'll see a list of those in just a minute. Also included in the budget is $850,000 for a new item related to the strategic plan. This is an item that you heard Mrs. Say speak about a few minutes ago. It is a local accountability system. This is a data warehouse system and accountability system that we will be developing. It was in the strategic plan originally planned for year 3. We are accelerating the development of that plan into year 2 because we think it is a critical component of our overall ability to monitor our progress in a number of areas. So we've added that into the budget, and that's in 2 pieces in here. There's $250,000 built into contracted services for the contracted service to develop that system. There's another $600,000 under capital outlay for the software and the hardware that will be required for that system. Under other operating costs, there's a slight increase there. That's for the TIF payment, and that increase is related to the updated property values. And then in the capital outlay line item, along with the $600,000 for a data warehouse system, we also have added $678,000 that is for the construction, to help with the construction of 3 classroom additions in East Arlington. You'll recall that the board approved a plan in December to help fund construction of additional classrooms for the East Arlington area out of surplus fund balance. It had been our original thought that we would bring that back as a budget amendment, but we've gone ahead and just built it into the original budget here. Either way, it's the end result on our fund balance as of year end is the same whether you put it in now or you come back with a budget amendment. So we've just gone ahead and put that into the original budget. So the total expenditures have changed by about $3 million from the initial presentation. This particular slide simply shows how the proposed budget compares to last year's original budget and the changes or the differences there. Again, the highlighted column in the middle is the proposed budget, the summary of it for this upcoming year. And as it stands right now, there's a $26.9 million surplus. The difference in revenues here is largely, again, the result of the higher property values and the additional state aid. There's also, as we discussed in the preliminary budget, there's $4.3 million on both the revenue side and expenditure side that is for a SECO loan that we will get. That's a loan from the State Energy Conservation Office to help us pay for some energy conservation projects. And so you have revenue and equal expenditure recorded for that particular initiative in this year's budget. So those are the things driving up revenues. Expenditures, it's new positions, it's the strategic plan cost. With the addition of the new local accountability system, our strategic plan initiatives are a total $4.3 million for this upcoming year. Those are considered one-time costs. And so that is built into this, this proposed budget. We also have some capital outlay items that we talked about at the last meeting. And the construction costs for the 3 building additions in East Arlington that we spoke about just a minute ago, the $678,000. Those are the big items that make up the change in revenues and expenditures over last year. We have a list here of the new positions that we have built into the proposed budget. There are 30 new positions that you will see here. These positions relate to our strategic plan. They're requested for health and safety issues, reasons, and then also we have a couple of positions in here that are to help us with some needs in terms of efficiencies. Nurses, we are requesting 2 nurses to split their time between Turning Point High School and junior high school, and also 1 at Sam Houston High School to help with the special ed alt curriculum program. There are academic deans at 3 of the high schools, and I'll also skip on down and point out that there's a director for curriculum and instruction. These were all positions that we've approved this year, and they're all posted, but they had not yet made their way into the budget as of the time we took our budget snapshot, so those dollars are here. But those positions have already been posted, or we're actively seeking for those positions. We also have an assistant principal at Cookin Elementary, an occupational therapist. We have a safety and security specialist we're requesting, and also an instructional technology specialist and a senior planner then for Dr. Carter's office to help with accountability planning and testing. So there are a total of 11 professional positions that we've added into the proposed budget. There are also a total of 19 paraprofessional and other positions that we've added into the budget. I'll point out that there are 6 bus drivers on here. Those are largely to help with transporting kids to TCC for the dual credit programs. And we worked on how we could make that work, and we determined we were going to have the additional resources to do that. Those same drivers will also help us at other times during the day on local routes here in town. And also 6 security officers, 1 per network. And so we have a total of 19 paraprofessional positions. So again, there's a total of 30 positions that we've added into the budget. There were positions added into 72 positions that were part of the preliminary budget. Those come through the normal staffing process with campuses, and 53 of those were teaching positions. This slide is a graphic representation of our fund balance and the number of months of operating expense that are in our fund balance. The bar on the very far right shows the proposed budget as it sits today. Again, without adding in anything for FFC recommendations or any other adjustments to compensation. But the budget, the fund balance at this point actually represents 4.75 months of operating expense. And again, credit rating agencies want to see 2 months of operating expense. So we have a very healthy fund balance today. There are some additional things that we will consider, some of those, most of them this evening. FFC recommendations we're going to discuss in just a minute. At the last meeting, the board asked that we split those out and we bring back for individual consideration 4 items that FFC had recommended, and those include kindergarten TAs, a junior high intervention period, staffing for that, and increasing the district's health insurance contribution and salary increase and equity adjustments. These were items that the board asked that we consider separately in terms of the budget. Then there are collectively a group of FFC recommendations, of other FFC recommendations that we've discussed previously and we'll highlight again in a moment. So these are additional items that may be considered for addition to the budget at this time. And this is our multi-year forecast. This is something we do each year to help us with our financial planning, see where we're heading. You will see that we have the projected 12-13 actual column here. This is our best estimate of how we will end the current fiscal year, the 12-13 year. And then next to that, the proposed budget for 2013-14. And again, it has at the moment a $26.9 million surplus in it. Then we have forecast on out what we think our revenues and expenses will look like and what sort of surplus or deficit we might have. Mrs. Solons asked the question a minute ago about the additional TRS contribution and if that had been factored into this forecast, and yes, it has. There's money for that or expenditure for that factored in each year, beginning with the 14-15 year and continuing on out. Also in that 14-15 year for TRS, we do show that one-time contribution from the legislature to help us with that year's TRS contribution. But we don't have that, have not factored any additional revenue for that for any year beyond 14-15. There had been some discussion with the legislature that they may bring this back at the next session for additional consideration and possibly continue that additional funding, but we certainly don't know that that's the case today, so it's not factored in. You can see at the bottom of the screen a very summarized version of the assumptions that we built into these forecasts. We try to be very conservative with these. We have forecast a 1% growth rate for property values, and keep in mind that what we saw with our May preliminary values indicates that our values will likely be up by 4%, over 4% once we get to the July 25th certified value. So a 1% growth in property values is very conservative. No change in the tax rate built in here. We're also presuming enrollment growth remains at what it has been the last couple of years, and that's about 0.5%, which equates to about 250, 275 kids in each of those years. We are making the assumption that the state funding laws that were just passed will stay in effect, and the legislature will meet again in 2 years for a regular session, and we will likely have a special session specifically on school finance before that. And so there likely will be changes in school finance formulas over the next 4 years. There are no salary increases factored in here. And then one thing I will point out is in the 14-15 year, you'll see that the surplus dips down to $5.4 million. And the reason for that is where the bulk of the expense is to construct the new elementary school in East Arlington. And again, that goes back to the plan that the board approved in December to use surplus fund balance out of the general fund for construction of a new elementary school. So the vast majority of that expense will hit in the 14-15 year. So that's why you see the dip there. We also have factored in staff for 2 new elementary schools, one that will open in the 15-16 year, one that would presumably open in the 16-17 year. Your office staff, administrative staff is new and is an additional cost when you open a school. So that is factored in here. So this is our best estimate at this point as to what our general operating fund budget may look like over the next few years. And I'll point out this comes down to the total that says ending fund balance, and this is now going to continue on to the next slide. You'll see these same numbers again here for the ending fund balance. And what I've tried to show here, the subtracted amounts in red, these are the portions of our fund balance that are either committed for a specific purpose, or they're restricted by law, or they're not spendable. And so they don't represent dollars that are available for general operations. So after you subtract all those amounts out, you come down to this unassigned fund balance. And that unassigned fund balance is truly what we have available for expenditure for daily operations. And again, looking at and knowing that credit rating agencies want to see that we have 2 months of operating expense in fund balance, we far exceed that in total fund balance, and even with our unassigned fund balance, you can see that we have in most cases 4 months of operating expenses. We continue to trend on out. We have also added, just for consideration here, for information, the balance of the gas fund to show total resources available for general operating purposes. The remainder of the slides are ones you all saw at the last meeting. We'll go very quickly. We also had the budget for the gas fund that we talked about at the last meeting. We're projecting a surplus of $1.3 million in that fund with an ending fund balance of $24.9 million for the 13-14 year. In debt service, this is where we levy a tax to accumulate the dollars that we need to pay our principal and interest on our bond debt. We are still estimating that the tax rate necessary for next year's debt service payments is 26.1 cents. Our debt, actually, our debt payments, our principal and interest, will go up next year. And because our property values have gone up last year and this year, our state aid comes down a little bit. So even though our property values are up this year, we may have a slight opportunity to reduce that rate. We will not know for sure until we get those certified values in July. So for right now, I'm leaving that, that estimated value at 26.1 cents. But we have debt payments of $57.6 million due in this upcoming year. And we would end this particular upcoming year with a fund balance of $18.4 million. The construction fund, this is where we deposit the proceeds from bond sales and then actually expend funds for construction projects and for capital projects that are part of the bond program. We have identified projects for the 13-14 years. You can see them listed here. These will come out of the bond funds and also out of old surplus bond funds from a prior sale and from local construction funds. We sell bonds typically in February of each year, and so the reason you see a big negative amount is the surplus, and that is actually a deficit there, $43.1 million, is because we've already sold the bonds for this that we'll spend in this upcoming year. So those will be in fund balance when we start the year. As we go through the year, we will take them out of fund balance as we work on those projects. The food service fund, we discussed at the last meeting that we will have to increase meal prices by 10 cents next year in order to comply with the federal law that's entitled the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act. And there's no change in breakfast prices. We have factored into the preliminary budget, and you'll see obviously again here this evening, 8 new positions to help us operate the kitchen at Adams Elementary and to reflect increased participation across the district, and also a new maintenance person to help with repairs on freezers and cafeteria equipment. Our meal participation continues to climb, as we saw at the last meeting, and they are projecting at the moment a surplus of $700,000 in next year's budget. And again, no change here from the first presentation you all saw. Our next steps, this slide again is the same as we saw at the last meeting. We've incorporated our staffing needs into the proposed budget. We're going to have a discussion in a minute on the FFC recommendations that have been brought to the board previously. The board this evening, as a later item, will need to vote on the proposed tax rate that we will publish in the paper. That notice will be published on Friday. And so we're required by law to publish this notice and then hold a hearing before the budget is adopted. By June 30th then, or on June 20th, is when we plan to have that hearing, and then the budget itself has to be adopted by June 30th, and then we will get our certified property values on July 25th, and then adopt the tax rate in August. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions on the proposed budget.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Just a little guidance to our board up here. We're looking tonight just for some guidance to administration. Any other recommendations? We're not taking a vote on anything, just pieces we'd like to see on the budget. As Ms. Powell stated, we are looking to approve this budget June 20th. But that means most of it's going to be done by the time we get to June 20th and hopefully have those recommendations. So tonight we're looking for pieces you'd like to see, add questions, clarifications in this budget that was presented to us tonight. With that, do we have any questions from the board? Did you push your button? Oh.
The items I want to know about, we're discussing later. So they're action items.
The next action item, we're also discussing the FFC recommendations next, so we will go into that next with a presentation from Ms. Powell. So if there's other items, I would ask you to maybe hold off on that until the next item, which is FFC recommendations. But anything else can be discussed right now. Dr. Resch.
Thank you, President Hogg. I was just curious if you could give us an explanation on what the safety and security specialist position is and how that came about.
Yes, that's largely a training position that will help us throughout the district in training not only our security staff but our schools, and helping in oversight on drills, in working with safety plans with all the principals. This is something that we recognize that we need as part of the strategic plan.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Ms. Solons?
I'm good. Thanks.
Mr. Pompa?
Can we go back to the new positions presentation? I kind of want to go through some of those, and I just want to hear from the administration what is the thinking in adding these positions, and what we can expect as a result from these positions. Just specifically academic deans, let's start with that one.
Do you want to start with the deans, or
Sure.
you want, okay.
The academic deans, these are the 3 high schools that currently do not have academic deans. The 3 high schools that do have proven to be very effective in improving the instruction, specifically working with the teachers and being coaching teachers in instruction. And so we expect that the deans will have the same effect at those 3 schools. We've come to, rely heavily on those deans for leading a lot of the instructional innovation and practices at the school. We also are adding additional responsibilities to the deans that includes working with the development of the department heads and lead teachers and things like that at the high school level, so that you expand that base of instructional leadership at the high school.
And are we getting one additional assistant principal for Cookin, or they have one now, we're going to 2?
We have just the principal at Cookin and
Okay.
an assistant principal to assist at Cookin and also to assist us with our private partnership, our daycares that we partner with, that somehow with this transition becomes part of Cookin's responsibility, and that's why they need more administrative staff.
Do you mean the partnership we have with the private daycare centers?
That's
in
correct.
terms of, okay.
And oversight, and to continue that alignment, that close alignment with a school, and not have the private daycares out kind of separate from a school kind of a faculty, if you will.
Uh-huh.
And so we're expanding the private daycare partnerships, and so with that expansion, plus what we already have, we feel we need more administrative support at Cookin.
Hey, will you just clarify that partnership with daycare centers, what that is and what the opportunity is for, I guess, everybody involved, the centers, for us, and for the students that have access to these?
The public-private partnership with pre-K and private daycares is where we send a teacher as part of the partnership to the daycares to provide instruction, and the daycares provide the facilities. And so the selling point for the daycare obviously is to have AISD curriculum and certified staff. For us, it's saving on the facility needs, facility usage, and providing staff, and also accounting for the students, and also preparing students for when they come into our school system. So that partnership continues to grow, and in that expansion that's very, very aggressive, and I'm looking at Carol because Carol helps us with that a lot. We're expanding that aggressively because it meets the needs of so many kids, but also is a win-win for our community and for us as we prepare kids to come to our school system. We need better oversight. We need additional oversight to ensure that the curriculum is implemented, that we collect the data, and that the management of the sites are effective. And I think we're going to be up to 18, approximately.
From how many now?
I think
14.
14? Okay.
Okay. That seems like a lot of work for one assistant principal.
Well, they have other support, but the management support and the really bringing them in as a staff, that's what we're seeing more of a need. Because they're out there in the private daycares, and so it's isolated, different sites, and we need some connection to a school.
And this is one program where I think we really maximize the value of our resources. And strategically, it's such a critical component because we understand that if children begin their educational process at a much younger age, when they get to our schools, they're already more prepared to acquire the learning that we're giving them. And so to be able to expand this program where we're not having to pay for any more classroom space, any more real estate, all we're paying for is actual instruction, it's an absolute win-win, I mean, from everywhere you look at it. And, you know, as a businessman here in the community, I love to hear that because we're supporting our private businesses in the community. Daycare centers are able to expand their offerings and really improve their offerings by having a certified teacher. We can reach more students that we wouldn't be able to reach without having to build more schools. And then obviously more students can take advantage of that learning opportunity at a younger age. So I think that's a tremendous program, and congratulations on expanding that. Talk to me about the occupational therapist.
Yes, and I think Debbie Williams may have some information on that too. This is for special education. We have OTs on staff, but we have a growing need to provide this service to our kids, and our current OTs are not sufficiently able to service the needs of all the kids who need those services, and I don't know if Debbie wants to add anything to that.
Yes, hello. We currently have 6 salaried occupational therapists and 4 part-time. The caseloads have increased over by 20%, and the occupational therapists not only work with the students that they're assigned to work with, but as 504 students need certain instructional accommodations, the occupational therapist will go in and assess the situation. For instance, children that are in wheelchairs that are needing assistance. And they also have to do the evaluations. Right now, the current 6 full-time have between 45 and 50 students, and the part-time have 25 to 30 students that they work with.
What's an optimum caseload for an occupational therapist?
I do not know that caseload, but I do know also that the lead one is working. There's a lead for those 6, and that lead has 12 campuses to support, and the other 5 salaried have 8. So you can imagine just a lead occupational therapist working with 12 campuses and the other ones working with 8. And they support all the students in the district. Also, the needs, the needs of the students that are needing support has increased about 20% over the last 2 to 3 years.
Okay, thanks, Debbie.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. And I know that the next few, I'm good on those, so that's fine. I don't have any questions on those. That's all I had. Oh, I'm sorry, I have one more on the debt service fund. The proposed budget debt service fund. I want to thank Mr. Drollinger for giving me a very quick but very deep understanding, or at least instruction on bonds. I spent a couple of hours basically going to school there at Mr. Drollinger's office to learn about bonds. Let me just ask you, does the refunding that we've approved to get the lower rates, did that affect our how much we're going to spend on
And
paying
it will,
down
and
these
we've just sold,
bonds?
we've just sold those bonds, and so when we get that new debt service schedule, that will lower what we pay next year by about $400,000 will be
Okay.
the savings on that. We
Okay.
don't have that final schedule
That's not
yet.
in here yet.
That's not in there yet, but
Okay.
it won't be much of a reduction.
Okay, it's not that much
No.
compared to the $57.6
Right,
million dollars.
right.
Okay. All right, but I figured it had to have an impact on there.
And it does, and that's why we do those.
Okay, I'm getting there. Thank you.
No lights. Ms. Powell, I have a question or two. The spike in 14-15, where we don't have, if you'll go back to that slide, can you explain it a little bit? That is because we are paying for an elementary school out of our general fund, correct?
Yes, out of surplus fund balance in the general fund. And the board approved the plan in December to do that. And the total estimated cost for that elementary school was $23.7 million.
Okay.
So we have roughly
And that's for the second elementary school that we're looking to allocate, not out of bond money, it's out of our general fund. Have we allocated for the third elementary school that we're in discussions for?
We know we need one, and the board's plan was that would come from a possible future bond sale.
Okay. I think it's a great concept that we're paying for this. We're building buildings out of non-bond money. If you can do it, that's the way you need to do it. So with that question, let me ask, do we have a percent built into our future budgets and this budget for capital items?
Yes, we do, actually.
And what is that?
It's a little over $2 million, and that, right now, it takes care of the copiers and vehicle replacements in our white fleet, and then also other miscellaneous equipment. Could be a chiller, could be other mechanical kind of equipment that fails that we have to replace. So there's a little over $2 million in each one of those future years.
And is that $2 million, is that an increase from what we've had in the past? Or how does that relate to what our capital items built into our budget
Actually, it
has
was
been in the past?
a tick higher, if I remember correctly. I have to go back and look at the detailed worksheet, but I think it was a tick higher, and it was more in the area of copiers, I think, that were driving that.
And I think the one thing we know in school finance is it's never going to stay the same. And so in the world of school, money for schools, you have years where you have a surplus and you have years where you have a deficit. So I think we have to be preparing for those. I would even sit and say, ask you to consider, is that $2 million, is that percent we have allocated for future capital goods in our budget enough? And I don't know if it is or isn't. I don't know what my colleagues think of that, but do we have enough to add to our IT infrastructure? Do we have enough to replace facilities when we can? Do we have enough built in to our budget to allocate that so that basic things and items can be fixed? And then for major, large items and changes in the district, those are the items we go to a bond for.
And I think the answer right now is yes, I'm okay with what we've got built in there based on what we saw we needed this year. Those are the kinds of questions that we discuss when you start planning a bond package.
Right.
Do we want to put copiers in a bond package? I mean, those are expensive, and those are, something that they have to be replaced every 5 to 6, 7 years. And likewise, vehicles. We started buying buses out of the bond package this year. There could be some conversation down the road. Do you want to replace your white vehicles out of a bond package? And certainly by doing it out of the general fund, you can avoid interest costs. But those are some of the choices you have to make, like you said, when you get into situations where our state aid is reduced, or we have other needs that are recurring costs, and we have to look at ways that we can trim the general operating.
Right.
But those are some of the balancing things that you look at. But I think to answer your question right now, I think the answer is yes. We might want to, over time, begin to build that up a little. One of the things that we will certainly have to consider going forward is our facility assessment. There may be some smaller dollar items that come out of that that maybe don't warrant going into a bond package, but we need to pay for. And so we may need to bump this up over time to pay for some of those things.
And I thank you for that, Ms. Powell. And I think we all see the items of where you can get behind. Look at our city right now on streets and how far behind they are. And that's the position I don't want us to be in, not 1 year from now, 2 years from now, 5 to 10 years from now, when none of us may still be on this board. If we've built the right pieces into that budget, it's going to help us in future years, because we know once you're behind, it's very difficult to catch up. And bond elections do fail. They have failed. So we do always have to be cautious over those items. So I thank you for thinking of that and looking into that. Mr. Pompa.
Thank you, President Hogg. Actually, this picks up on a conversation that we had, I think, sometime last year about recognizing the, in some way, and recognize it in the budget, I guess the liabilities that we build up in terms as some of our infrastructure gets old. Do we have an asset depreciation schedule for the district?
We do. We keep all of our assets in a system, and it does calculate depreciation. Under governmental accounting standards, we don't recognize depreciation on our books, but yes, we've got that data. Well, and that may be maybe partly what Mr. Hogg is looking for, that we can recognize some of those as kind of as a liability in our balance, either in our P&L, what this is, or in our balance sheet, to say, as our school buildings or structures or whatever asset we have begins to depreciate, I don't know that we necessarily need to put all that much money aside, the entire depreciation scale, but maybe we get to a point where we feel comfortable with a certain percentage of that, putting that aside or recognizing as this is going to be an expense that's probably going to occur either next year or the year after that, or so on and so forth, and begin to formulate that a little bit more in a more structured manner, so that we have what you're looking for. Because in that scale, I mean, we recognize all our assets, everything that we own, buses, copiers, printers, computers, you name it. It's in there, and that'll give us a good idea of how much it's each year, you know, it would cost us, I guess, to repair or replace. So that may be something to look at. It is, and that's partly how we came to the $2 million that's in here right now, is by running the equipment list, the vehicles and the copiers, and working through that, and then just depreciating them out, if you will, over their useful life, and putting that yearly annual depreciated amount, that replacement value in here. So that was partly how we came to that total, but you're exactly right. That's something that we should watch for. We did get behind in this district because there were several years where, because of the budget situation, we just deferred all capital expenditures, and it really did cause a problem, and we're still trying to climb out of that hole. So yes, that's something we can watch. I'd rather recognize a little bit at a time than for you to hit me with, hey, we need $10 million for, you know, AC updates, air conditioning updates, or mechanical work or whatever. And so, but yeah, I mean, I'm looking at, when I visit some of the schools, you know, the drive-through lanes, or you got the huge potholes and all those things that we need to, maybe there's a depreciation, but also the life expectancy schedule that, you know that you put a parking lot and it was worth, you know, $1 million, and it's only going to be good for however number of years, and recognize the fact that within 10 years we're going to have to, you know, spend that money to redo it or to repair it throughout the time. So something that allows us to know and recognize right now, because it's easy to say, hey, we have a lot of extra money, let's just go ahead and, you know, spend it. And if we're not identifying and recognizing those liabilities, then we'll get in that same situation in the past where it'll come back and hit us on a, you know, with a pretty big ticket item. And I think too, the data that we get out of the facility assessment will likewise help us with that in tracking useful lives and attaching the maintenance piece to those assets to maintain them.
And Ms. Fallon and Mr. Pompa may be going on that. Ms. Solons, you may be ready to say this, but as Ms. Solon, we had some recommendations of building into the budget. Maybe that's one of those pieces that we build in, a % of the asset depreciation. Something that I don't know the right answer to guide you towards that, but I think you know what we're kind of thinking about of possibly of budget parameters of how we build something in that format going forward of, you know, we expect to see, hopefully we have the 2 months, we want to see certain pieces we have built in, maybe that's another piece, and maybe it's not. I would ask you and your staff to think about that as a potential recommendation, thought process going forward. Ms. Solons?
Following up on exactly what Mr. Hogg and Mr. Pompa agree entirely, and Ms. Powell, as we know, we've had years where we have had tremendous amount of deferred capital, and you just mentioned also the deferred maintenance, and I guess that what I'm looking is how we're going to do that catch up on the deferred maintenance. What's the overall strategy? Is it part of a budget parameter down the road, or maybe you already have some of it worked out, and when we get the facilities assessment, that may be the best time to try to figure that out.
Right, and there's a piece even in the strategic plan about developing the preventive schedules, and so as we work on our efficiencies and get that facility assessment data, we'll begin to put those preventive maintenance plans together. You know, we are doing a much better job now of addressing the needs, and certainly with the bond funds we have, that has allowed us to do a lot of really good things and freed up some of what the dollars we were spending on maintenance on some old dogs to do more preventive things, and Mr. Carlisle and his staff are working very diligently at that. So I think that those tools are coming, that information's coming. I think we're doing a much better job at that maintenance, and we are building it in there. We're building in some increases each year in our maintenance budget, partly because of inflation, but partly too because we just know we've got to take care of some things. So.
Just some catch-up work.
Right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ms. Pena.
Everything you all said, I agree with. And I was thinking what you were talking about is an asset replacement and improvement program type of environment. And if you're already putting the information in which shows the depreciation, that will give you the red flags you need when you get to a certain level and set the parameter for what we think is acceptable, kind of like we did that one year because of budget cuts, 9 years to replace a computer, and that's a lot. You know, that was a lot, right, so we will set a parameter of being able to purchase it, and as Tony said, if you do it that way, you can do portions every year and keep up, but I think you're headed in the right direction, and I'm glad to see that, because I think I've asked this question before, and we didn't have anything in place, and it didn't seem, nobody was interested in it only because we didn't have money to support it, so.
Yeah. Amazing how that works.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll never be in that position again, but you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Pena. Dr. Reich.
Just say ditto on everything, and an added point, I thought at previous board meetings, Mr. Carlisle and the software that he's utilizing, or maybe not yet, maybe utilizing now, has those indicators built into it, has the obsolescence factors built into it. So our staff is working hard on this, and I don't think there's a whole lot of districts that do that. I think we're really leading edge on that, and that's great stuff. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Seeing no more lights, I know everyone wants to get into the financial future recommendations that we have. So with that, we'll go on to the next item. Discussion action item. Consider 2013 Financial Futures Committee recommendations. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Hogg. And we've talked about the FFC recommendations, and we've categorized them, and we've distinguished in the past board meeting those items that were already in the budget. And so tonight we have a recap of that, and we've pulled those items that the board requested, and we have additional information from staff. So Cindy.
Yes, thank you. On April the 18th, the FFC reported its recommendations to the board. Then at our last meeting on May 16th, the board had a discussion on those FFC recommendations, and the district or the administration at that time grouped all the recommendations into two different categories, either action or study further. And that was the information presented to the board on May 16th, and the board discussed those items. At that meeting, the board gave us direction that they wanted to consider several of the FFC recommendations individually, very specifically. And those included kindergarten TAs, junior high intervention period, the district's contribution to health insurance, and a salary increase. The other items we brought back as a group, if you will, for board's consideration. Certainly you could take them as a whole or individually. But what you are about to see here on the next few slides are those items, those remaining items, other than the ones that the board had wants to consider individually. We spent a lot of time on these at two different meetings, so I will not tarry long on these. Again, what I've shown here is just the recommendation from administration, either go ahead and take action on the item or study it further. Some of these items, as we discussed at the last meeting, are already in the preliminary budget, including, such as you see here, SAT and PSAT prep classes. The item 7.1, eliminating the gap in 7th and 8th grade math, pre-AP math, that is an AVID program that we've built into the preliminary budget already. Item number 36 and 37 also is in the preliminary budget. The funding for the after-school programs, those are the elementary school academic competition programs, and then we have the world language programs that are also after school. All that is in the preliminary budget already. There are other items, as you will see here, that we recommend some additional study on. The Gifted and Talented program, the possible creation of magnet schools, or a K-12 IB academy. All those are things that fell under that FFC recommendation for Gifted and Talented, and we believe that that warrants additional study. We have three items that you'll see here, the last three on this slide. We believe that the district's new communications or community engagement director should take a look at these and shape how these particular requests can be carried out. And so we say that those should be studied further. So again, all of these we've discussed in detail at the last meeting. We talked about the substitute pay increase and recommended that we increase the pay rate by $2 a day, plus provide some online training to our subs that would be a benefit to us and to them. We have begun the process of expanding pre-K already. That's essentially factored into the proposed budget because we are adding pre-K units, new pre-K units across the district. There's money in the budget for 15 new teachers for new pre-K units, and the money that we get for average daily attendance on those kids pays for those teachers, so that's why you don't see a financial impact there. And then we think that additional work and evaluation is needed on the NACE accreditation for our pre-K program. The auditing the mineral contracts, that is in process now. That is something that we think we should go forward with. And then also the stop arm enforcement with city and AISD partnering on that. That's something we've had an initial conversation on, and we'll continue to have those conversations with the city. We think that that's something that should go forward. Virtual classroom learning environment, that's one that the recommendation was that the board direct administration to study this. So we think that that particular action should take place, and we are planning to study that and bring a report back in December on that. And then the last one was that we look to see about increasing in-house training and as a matter or way to reduce costs, and that's one that we will be studying as we go through this next year and see what kind of training is required for our new instructional model. So the sum of these items, all the items on the chart you've just seen, total up to $952,000. When you subtract out of that those items that have already been built into the budget and the items where we provided estimates but feel like that those items need to be studied further, then the remaining amount that is to, or could possibly be added into this year's budget is $229,697. So that is our recommendation, is the board take the action to approve that in the budget. So I think at this point, do we?
Yeah, I would ask our colleagues, do we want to, on each one of these, have a discussion for each one of these and take action?
Well, I was going to say, before we go on to the next piece of the conversation, if we can deal with this.
By all means.
In the hopes that I'd like to make a motion when the time comes to go ahead and accept this, but I want to know if anybody has any questions or concerns with the items as Ms. Powell has presented.
I think that's a perfect way to do this. So with this, with the first recommendation, is there any questions or discussion over this piece? Mr. Pompa. Okay, Ms. Pena.
I know I was not here for the work session, the last meeting, but what's the increase in the substitute teacher pay?
It's $2 a day. And we
So
looked
75 to 77?
Yes, and then it would be the other rate, the 95 would go to 97 for the long term.
Okay. That was the first thing that hit me. Thank you, Mr. Bond.
The other piece of that we talked about at the meeting was not only look at raising that daily rate, we are, in looking at the districts around us, our pay rate for subs, our daily rate is on the low end. It's not grossly out of line. $2 a day will bring us up a little bit compared to those other districts, but we also want to look at providing some training to our subs. And so we're looking at an online training program and making that available to our subs. And we talked about that some at the last meeting.
Mr. Pompa?
Quick question on recommendation 41, virtual classroom learning environment. And if I'm remembering the conversation, was really just looking for online type of learning. We have it under study further, but we already have that. Our credit recovery, I went to visit at 600 New York. It's all online. So what is the difference between what we're already doing there and this line item here that we want to study further?
Their recommendation, the FFC's recommendation, goes way beyond just a credit recovery kind of program. They were looking at how not only we are integrating those virtual opportunities into classrooms, but maybe are there particular subjects that we don't offer right now because maybe we don't have a teacher to teach it, or maybe we don't have enough students interested in teaching it, and so we have kids who may want to take virtual classes virtually. We may want to look at the opportunity to provide that. I think they were also looking in terms of efficiencies, and could we gain some efficiencies and maybe eliminate some of those very small classes, again, back to where you've got some interest and you want to be able to provide kids that opportunity, but maybe do it virtually rather than have a teacher in a classroom with a small number of kids. So it's much bigger than the credit recovery topic, and so we are going, Mr. Branham, as one of his first duties, will be taking that study on, and we'll be bringing back a report in December.
Where do we get the classes that we're doing for credit recovery? Who is the supplier for those courses?
And that is a service that we do subscribe to, and it is.
We purchase those classes, but it's through a contract.
Yes.
So they have a menu of classes. Most of those classes are for recovery and not for original credit. It's for original credit if you're over age or you're recovering a dropout. The virtual classrooms, more of the discussion at this point was for original credit and for courses that we already offer, but maybe for acceleration.
And again, my question was going to be, does this service offer those classes as well? For original credit or for classes that we have low enrollment? I mean, you say they have a menu of classes. Do they also have those classes?
Yeah, it offers the courses, so you could look at them for original credit. The part that we want to be careful with is, the content of the courses and the alignment. Many of these students that are taking the courses that you saw in 600 New York have already taken the course once and have not been successful, or have been successful for a couple of 6 weeks and things like that. So they've received instruction already, direct instruction. The issue with virtual classes in general does it suffice for your original credit? And so we're trying some with Chinese and foreign language as an example. And it seems to be, producing the results. But that's the study with the virtual courses, is to understand the curriculum.
Okay, thanks.
Just to add a little bit more onto that, looking at initial credit as part of our strategic plan being globally lauded, we've got to look at our nearby school districts. Grapevine Colleyville has a either complete or pretty near complete online public school offering. Might be something for us to look at. Now, I don't know the specifics if they develop that in-house or not, and I'm sure that's something that Chad will be looking at. Plano has a huge number of courses that they generate revenue off of that they've offered to the state through the virtual network. So it would be great for us to be part of that on that leading edge. So just to put that out there. And here he comes.
Mr. Branham, please come on up.
Happy day. I think really a big component of that really is the development and expansion of potentially custom courses for the district. Expand upon maybe what seated time we do today, make those virtualized and make those available for students as choice. So a lot of that's going to be the development of that, customization of that, which is very different than credit recovery and those other aspects of that. And Plano is a very big school district doing that with Blackboard and some other components. So it really is the big picture and development of virtual opportunities for students and providing more flexibility and choice for them. So there we go.
One more, Ms. Pena.
And my question is, aren't we doing a curriculum assessment right now? Are we in the process of doing all that would help determine, and probably will determine that we need to do these types of courses, but everything that's being recommended here tonight, the curriculum assessment should pick up on and tell us, and the facilities assessment should pick up and tell us whether we need to move forward in these areas. Because as I've looked through the packet, I think we kind of got the cart before the horse in some aspects because we haven't received the results of those assessments. So, while we'd love to do a lot of this, what does the assessment say?
Good point. And June 13th, we'll have hopefully our curriculum audit results. And then June 20th, we'll have a discussion about where we are with our facility assessment. It won't be complete, but it'll be an update of where we are, and by October they should be done. So you're right, a lot of these pieces are still being developed, but as part of these assessments.
Ms. Pena, I think you made a great point, because we all want to see things come really fast, and we did this when we first did our strategic planning session. We all were sitting there saying, when do we do this? But we also know we can only implement so many things each year at a time. So I think it's a great point, Ms. Pena, and I think the recommendation from that would be just to make sure staff, we're not jumping too fast at something like that. Let's stick to our strategic plan that we've all agreed to. Let's stick with that process and move forward with the strategic plan process. Seeing no other lights, let's move on, Ms. Powell, to the next. If we'd like, we can make a motion on each one, or we can make a motion at the end.
I'd like to make a motion now for the group that the administration has recommended.
Okay. Heather, we can do multiple votes, can't we? Okay. Okay. So with that, Mr. Pompa, we're going to do multiple votes. I have a motion from Mr. Pompa for recommendation.
Second.
A second from Dr. Reich. Please vote. All trustees present voting in favor. We will move on to the next recommendation, Ms. Powell, study to need to reinstate kindergarten TAs.
Yes, this was a recommendation from FFC that we perform a study to determine if we needed to add any kindergarten TAs back into our classrooms. We did reduce some kindergarten TAs a couple years ago because of budget constraints. And so at this time, I'm going to ask Dr. Carter to come and speak about the evaluation that he and Dr. Halbert performed.
Good evening, President Hogg. Congratulations.
Thanks, sir.
Board of Trustees and Dr. Cavazos. What we did is we wanted to be sure there was a guiding principle in considering additional kindergarten teaching assistants. And this guiding principle is that campuses should have sufficient number of teaching assistants to support conference periods of kindergarten teachers. So basically what this is about is more of a compliance issue rather than something like, for instance, enhancing particular instructional methods or classroom management of a sort like that. So it is about covering conference time. The districts adjacent to us, we reviewed to see just what they have regarding TAs in kindergarten, and especially for instructional classroom management purposes in kindergarten. And what we find is that Mansfield does not. It only has, based on compliance, it does not have any additional TAs beyond that. Same thing for Grand Prairie ISD, same thing for Hearst Euless Bedford ISD, and of course for Fort Worth ISD. So those immediately surrounding us, basically we're pretty much in track with what their guiding principles are. The parameter to determine additional TAs, of course, we have the number of kindergarten teachers themselves, but then minus the number of available teaching assistants. And that cannot be greater than 1. That was what just the general kind of overall parameter of what we're looking for. What guides this is the fact that basically for planning and organizing for those conference times, it is found that the schools were doing very well when they had available teaching assistants, and if there was just -1, they were able to organize those planning times very well. So it seemed to be a good standard to follow. So the key there, though, is available teaching assistants. Available teaching assistants are just the number of kindergarten TAs plus the number of fine arts TAs plus the number of physical education TAs, and then the number of pre-K TAs -1. And that is because pre-K has to have someone that's going to be there with the pre-K class, at least at some point. So that is what is going to be regarded as available. You notice that special ed is not in there. There are some other kinds of TAs that it varies in terms of numbers across the campuses. So because of that variability, we didn't include that as part of anything here. But these are the only ones that are regarded as being available TAs. So the recommendation is that we add 18 kindergarten TAs based on the application of this formula. And that estimated cost is $302,759.
Ms. Pena.
I think Mr. Pompa had asked this question before someone did amongst us. How many TAs did we cut when we did all the budget cuts?
There were 2 per elementary school, so there were 100 that we cut.
So we cut 100, but we're only adding back 18.
Right, based on the evaluation.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pompa.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. When I was reading this presentation, I kind of skipped over the next 2 slides, the question in junior high, and I kind of saw it as one presentation. One thing that I was really excited about and want to commend you for, and you'll get into it a little bit more in the next presentation, was your slide on outcomes and measures. That not only are you bringing us a recommendation, but you're saying as a result of this investment in resources, we can expect these outcomes and look at these measures. So then my question is going to be, is there something that we can look at in terms of outcomes and measures from making more TAs accessible at the elementary level?
Well, first of all, what tends to happen is that, and Ms. Dr. Hobrick could probably help me with this one, when you have not an adequate number of available TAs, for instance, you tend to tap into other positions. And sometimes that could be a professional position, and that could have there can be some effects along those lines, depending on who that is. I mean, if it's, for instance, a librarian, well, that may be some library services that might not be going on at that time. If it's some others, if there's a, very, very keen alignment with some other TAs that they're providing in some other capacity, whether it's fine arts or something, who knows how that will affect, because we know there's correlations with any of these other services and academic performance. So in that sense, it's hard to say, except how the schools themselves plan and organize who is it that they're going to use if they can't use somebody that is readily available. The other thing is quite clear that, let's face it, conference time, conference period, if it runs smoothly, that should assist with more effective instruction. So clearly, not having that stress of trying to find out where we can get some kind of substitution coming in so the teacher has that conference period. First of all, it's out of compliance, but also you can have some, just the mind is it's distracted onto other things. So any of those things can have an effect on the quality of instruction going on in the classroom.
And so what I'm hearing is maybe it's a little bit more difficult to quantify the impact of the TAs versus the additional intervention period at the junior high?
I think so. I think it's very difficult to quantify it. All you can say is it's like there's a path analysis. There's a stream of this can affect conference product, which can affect planning, which can affect PLC and collaboration in PLC, which can affect on down the line. So it's probably a little bit difficult to say this many with, even if it was one for every single campus, what outcome do you expect to get? You would hope that there's some increase. I mean, if there's one thing that should be an outcome, it would be, yes, across the board there's increase. How much though? How much would be the target? 2 months grade equivalence on a norm reference test or something like that. We don't have norm reference tests, by the way, in kindergarten, but some places do. Some places do. But I mean, that's the kind of thing, kind of growth that you might expect. But we don't have that kind of a structure that could really gauge in such a fine-tuned way.
Yeah, and I guess that's generally how my brain works is if I'm going to put some additional resources into this program system, whatever, what am I getting back out of it? Is there something measurable that I'm getting back out of it? Otherwise, why make that investment in the first place? I'm not saying that here because I'm not against this in any way. I just would like to, anytime that we are injecting money back into the budget, to be strategic about it in terms of we're injecting resources into our system that are going to generate some type of measurable improvement. And again, at this level, maybe like you said, too fine of a look at it as compared to what we're doing at the junior high level. And again, when I looked at it, I thought that slide applied to the TAs as well. So,
Mr. Pompa, I would also say it may be a different discussion because what this is about, and that guiding principle, it really is a compliance issue. It's not instructional. It's not even an instructional enhancement issue. It should be. I mean, it's tied. I mean, compliance should be along those lines. Sure. But it really is about compliance. And so this will, if nothing else, should take away any jeopardy that the district might be out of compliance, which could jeopardize quite a few things regarding ratings by the state. So that's in that sense, yes, it could have a negative impact if you don't comply.
But we could also give the kindergarten teachers some guidance into kind of expectation of that time that they get, kind of what we're doing with some of our other teachers?
That's probably for another discussion.
I think Dr. Ross's answer, that is, they're guaranteed 45-minute. Right. We have to give them 450 minutes every 10 days.
Correct. And there are
conference time.
There's policy parameters of what the conference period should be used for.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
Dr. Reich.
On the, this compliance issue, adding 18 back in, so we're saying that at X campuses, we are out of compliance and kindergarten teachers aren't able to have their conference period currently.
I think what's happening is other resources are being tapped in order to guarantee the conference time, and that probably has an effect on exactly what Mr. Pompa was talking about. It probably has an effect on some other services going on to children.
Okay.
In order to have the conference periods.
And those other resources are not necessarily available TAs as you defined?
That's correct.
Just other things.
Right.
And then regarding the formula, is this similar or the same, I guess, as what other districts do to try to determine a compliance load? Thank you, Mr. Hogg.
Sorry.
I thought my time was up.
I know. We knew it had to happen eventually. I'd hit some button up here.
Quite frankly,
you can play with all the colors and lights later.
I didn't know what. I never hit that button. Sorry about that. I won't hit it again right now.
Not during the meeting.
Dr. Reich, I don't know. We didn't ask that question of the other districts.
Okay, I was just curious. And then it's probably because of what hour it is this evening, but I'm not following this very simple formula. If you could give me an example where
okay, for instance,
arbitrary.
If 5 kindergarten teachers and you find that there are 4 available TAs, okay, that would mean they're 1 less than the number of kindergarten teachers. They would not get an additional TA. But if there were 5 kindergarten teachers and 3 available TAs, they would get 1 additional TA.
Okay, okay. So any time it's greater than 1, that's the trigger.
Right.
Okay, I just wasn't following it. I don't know why.
Sorry.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Seeing no more lights, do we have a motion for this recommendation?
Move to approve.
Second. Motion by Ms. Pena, second by Mr. Hogg. Please vote. All trustees present voting the affirmative. Ms. Powell, next we'll discuss junior high intervention period.
I'm going to turn this over very promptly to Michelle Wilman-Sonato. Junior high intervention period.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Members of the board, Dr. Cavazos, President Hogg, the slides that you are about to review represent a strategic collaboration between personnel and the junior high principals. And so I want to say a huge thank you to Rhonda Clark, Director of Secondary Personnel, and the intrepid junior high principals, most of whom are still here at 10 minutes till 11 o'clock. So thank you to them for their input and also for their stamina here tonight. The FFC recommendation is as follows. There's a need for an intervention period during the junior high school day. During this intervention period, teachers will meet for PLCs, planning, review of assessment data, and meet with students to provide interventions. A similar time period was provided to the high schools last year. As teachers continue to align practices at the secondary level, are called upon to review and plan from data, provide student interventions, and ensure that students are successful, the teachers must have time during the school day to do so. So just a little bit of history and comment about, hang on a second, about that similar period provided to high schools. It's different in this respect. It's not an intervention period. It is a professional learning community period. And you asked some questions at your work session regarding the use of the high school PLC. And so Evan Smith gathered some data for us regarding
the PLC time at high schools, and this is what she found. Campuses across the district, these are high school campuses, have between 25 and 52 different PLC teams meeting weekly to design learning and participate in professional development. More than 80% of high school teachers are in a PLC and involved on a regular basis. And the majority of these teams meet between 45 and 60 minutes, 2 to 3 times weekly. So that is how that similar period that the Financial Futures recommendation refers to is being utilized at the high school level, is not used for interventions. It's used for professional learning community collaboration. Okay. Having said that, the professional learning community represents an ongoing process in which educators work collaboratively in recurring cycles of collective inquiry and action research to achieve better results for the students that they serve. And there's a strong research basis for the use of PLCs in school improvement. The most significant barrier to implementing professional learning communities in our district junior high schools is time to meet inside the school day. And that has to do with the length of the teacher conference period at the junior high level. Most junior high schools, the length of an instructional period is 45 minutes, with some schools having 50 minutes. Very few, though. Most have 45 minutes. The variation is dependent upon the length of the passing period and also the length of the lunch periods if the school campus has to have multiple lunch periods to accommodate feeding all their students. So with a 45-minute conference period, and they have to get 450 minutes over a 10-day period, there's simply no additional time to use for PLCs. The expectations for teacher personal conference period are parent-teacher conferences, evaluation and grading of student work, personal planning, communication, and correspondence. We can't mandate that teachers meet in professional learning community groups during their personal conference period. Another concern is that during the school day, there is inadequate time for interventions, and some students can't attend after-school tutorials. There are transportation issues, there are other issues, and we've got the junior high principals feel that they need to be able to utilize the time inside the school day when they have the students there. So, and then one further point here is that accelerated instruction, which is a component of the Student Success Initiative, which is a state mandate for students who don't pass a STAR test, has to be done inside the school day. Cannot be done outside the school day. So that's another reason for the need for the intervention period. And so the junior high principals have been working on problem solving this issue, a way to have PLCs and a way to have intervention time inside the school day. And they've been working together as a unit to come up with a way to solve the problem. And this is what they've committed to as a group. They've all agreed to do this. Give their core teachers a period that they can use for both PLCs and interventions in addition to the personal conference period. They've also agreed to create a master schedule that supports PLC and interventions with common time for collaboration inside the school day. And that is not an easy thing to do because the master schedule is like a giant jigsaw puzzle. They've also agreed to monitor the use of the time for the PLC and intervention period. And here are the expectations for use of the PLC time. Again, this came out of their collective commitments and their agreements as a group. They expect teachers to collaborate in design of engaging lessons, to analyze data to drive instruction, to develop common assessments to measure student progress, to strategically plan remediation, and to have job-embedded learning and processing during that PLC time. The expectation for the RTI intervention time is that teachers will pull students from class for small group and individual remediation, or teachers will push in to the same subject area to assist during lessons. And that teachers will meet as an interdisciplinary group to discuss academic and behavioral interventions, hold 504 meetings, or attend ARDS during that time period. Outcomes and measures. I'm glad you like our slide, Mr. Pompa. Implementation of high-quality instructional strategies as a result of teacher collaboration. Increase in student success rate at 6 weeks in semester. Increase in number of students passing STAR tests. Reduction in number of students required to attend extended year. A reduction in discipline referrals, and increased parent contact and interaction. And we would also point out that the AISD junior high proposal for PLC intervention time will be part of the 13-14 program evaluation. So if it's not meeting those outcomes and measures, then we would say we need to tweak it, or we need to figure out how to make it work or not do it as part of the 13-14 program evaluation. Advantages. Our PLCs in the RTI intervention period would be inside the school day. Job-embedded learning is an opportunity inside the school day, and this will allow for timely response to learning deficits. The disadvantages does require additional staff to implement this period for core teachers and to meet the 23-to-1 ratio, which is what the board set forth as their preference for junior high class size. And because of that, it puts a strain on the master schedule. And then there might be a perception among elective teachers that they're teaching 6 classes, not 5, because they don't have this period off. And there would be possibly some pushback from elective teachers. Having said all that, our recommendation is to add a total of 36 teachers to junior high schools so that core teachers will have an intervention PLC period in addition to their personal conference period. The estimated cost for this is $1.9 million, $1,914,999. Questions?
Thank you, Ms. Wilmoth. Mr. Barron.
Thank you, President Hogg. I'm a fan, so. Little history is that when we ran out of money and we took away the high school conference period, and high school teachers had to teach 4-3, that was pretty disastrous for a whole year. And at the same time, or approximately the same time, we took away a teaming period for the junior highs. And this is basically to restore the junior high teaming period. I see this as significantly impacting student achievement in that the teachers can plan together and help each other out a whole lot. And in my building, we have PLCs, and it works great. So I'm all for it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Dr. Reich.
Thank you, President Hogg. I am not opposed to this whatsoever. I have one question. The total of 36 teachers, is that spread a specific number per school?
Yes, sir, it is. We had to use a mathematical formula that we derived using the Moat-Casey staffing calculator. We looked at the staffing calculator that gave the total number of teachers that would be needed if every teacher on the junior high campus taught 5 out of 7 classes. And then we looked at the percent of core teachers on that junior high, on every junior high's faculty. And we took the percentage, multiplied it by the number of teachers that were needed for all teachers to have 5 out of 7, and we came up with a number for each campus. Additionally, because the junior highs have already staffed, we had to look at what we had given them in staffing already for growth. So for example, if the Moat-Casey staffing indicator said this junior high needed 10 teachers for everyone to teach 5 out of 7, and 60% of their teachers are core teachers, we determined that they needed 6 additional teachers. But if they'd already been given 4 teachers in staffing due to growth, then we're recommending that they receive 2 more to equal the 6.
Okay. And do we have space for all of these people?
Good question.
We do. We do believe that we have space for all of these people, right?
Don't make space.
We will have some floaters in the classrooms. I've said that.
And I have one more question, and like I said, I'm not opposed to this whatsoever, but I do recall, and I don't necessarily want to put Mr. Hagman on the spot, but I kind of do. He gave a very compelling presentation, as did many of our schools that were in the low-performing category last year or so, as far as the huge successes and improvement and achievement that they've had, the gains, double-digit gains, 10, 20, 30, even I think at your campus 30+% in different aspects without this. It is with this. Okay.
You want to speak to that, Andy? Or?
Well, if you have that
Well,
information.
actually, it is, Andy was implementing PLCs and working his own schedule in different ways to try to implement that with science. But Andy, go ahead.
Step one up.
President Hogg, members of the board, Dr. Cavazos. What you're referencing in particular, Dr. Reich is our science department and their scores and how they improved dramatically. They're amazing. It's an amazing group of individuals. But to kind of illustrate one of the things that makes them so amazing is in our preparations for STAR testing this spring, at which they performed amazingly yet once again, these people they voluntarily relinquished their conference time so that they could bring kids in and work with them in small groups, in which they rotated. They had them all in one room, and they would rotate them from station to station to station. And they chose to do this, which is amazing, and it's inspirational, but it's not sustainable.
Sure.
And so that's the difference. You had super motivated and super very knowledgeable people who were willing to do whatever it took.
Well, and I really appreciate that information because that's absolutely key, and that is a very good demonstration for this board as far as metrics, what the potential yield gained out of this is if we approve this, which I'm absolutely ready to make a motion on. So thank you for that, and thank you for all of you being here. I was wondering why you were all here as far as the junior high principals. And Principal Benavides, you're okay? I'm singling her out. She's due June 14th or so. So I'm just making sure, because, yeah.
All right, that's enough, Ms. Benavides out there.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Mr. Pompa.
Okay, we're going to have to speed this up. I don't want to have Principal Benavides going into labor here with us. Yeah, again, I want to commend you for the process of that you applied to coming up with this recommendation. Commend the Futures Finance Committee for identifying that as a serious need in the school district. And, you know, I always look at the best indicator of future success is past success, and if we see that Principal Hagman has been able to, you know, deliver some great results utilizing this structure, then I think we can have some degree of assuredness that we'll be able to get some positive traction out of this. So I'm completely in support of this. Just, you know, it's $2 million, and you know, it's not part of the budget presentation, so
it's
if
worth a
we want to
discussion.
look at the budget, I might like to see the budget presentation again, what this would do, because it's, now this is recurring money that we're talking about. It's $2 million every year, so.
And Mr. Pompa, anything we vote on
y'all.
tonight is not final. It is in the budget, and it will be approved with the final budget. Things can be pulled out of the budget at any time.
Oh, is that right? I thought that was, okay.
Because we are just approving, saying, yes, put this in the budget. It's a recommendation we want to see.
Okay, so the
and then we will
recommendation
have
is
the
to
final
include this in
vote
the
on the
budget.
budget on the 20th. Yes, sir.
Okay, I was misunderstanding.
That's okay.
I thought this was already, we're approving, they start hiring tomorrow, so.
Oh.
Okay.
What? Clarification? So, because my understanding is we approve this, they start hiring tomorrow.
That's our understanding also, because if we have to wait until after June 20th, there won't be 36 teachers
Correct.
for
That's
them to
part of the timeline,
hire.
and so.
Then let's correct it. And
And again, I'm okay with it. I was just asking, making sure everybody's aware that it's a $2 million hit. And I think this is the best way to spend this money in ways that we know are going to deliver some measurable results.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Barron? One quick comment.
Pullouts.
Yes, sir.
Math teacher will pull somebody out of a elective class?
That's correct. The way that the master schedulers at the junior highs will set this up is that the common period and the personal conference period would be scheduled so that the teachers can rotate when they have those. And so perhaps during the PLC time, there's not an elective class. But during the personal conference time, there would be an elective class to be able to pull those students out. And I'm going to ask Mr. Dalla and Ms. Benavides, who've actually worked up a beautiful graphic of the schedule, to come in and talk if you have questions about how it actually works, because they've orchestrated it beautifully. So if you have questions about that, then they would be happy to answer, but it's on a rotating.
No, we don't.
Okay.
Sit down.
We'll wait till June 15th so that Mr. Dahlia can do it on his own. You're welcome.
Want to make a motion? We'll get for a motion.
You got one quick thing, Mr. Pompa. Let me ask one quick question. On your outcomes measures, I love it. The only thing that makes it better is if we put exact numbers on there of expectations, but that's okay. We're in a great step in the right direction. With these PLCs, how much of this would be considered training for our teachers? Would any of this be considered part of it, training?
Yes, that's a great question.
And I say that to make sure we include the amount of PLC, because I know some's tutoring, some's training within the group. Make sure we include that into our budget allocated towards training costs, so that when we finally show how much we spend training teachers every year and how much time we spend, I think that's an asset allocation, because that can be a recruitment tool by our personnel department of here's how much we spend every year, how many days a week for recruiting. I know that finance department's looking at me saying that's a whole other element. Doesn't have to be done now, but I do think it's something in the future, if we can figure it out, it's something really advantageous to us to do.
I'll give you an example of of the training component. At the high school level, the science instructional specialists actually do job-embedded professional development through the PLCs. And they come, instead of pulling the teachers out, they come to the campuses and do that training with the teachers during the PLCs. That happens at the high school.
And maybe this first year, we're just tracking how much they're actually getting training and working as groups together. And then that money, while it's still allocated for the same thing, Ms. Fallon, Mr. Ollinger, it's just allocated as a training asset versus a staff asset. I will leave it wide open for consideration in the future, just a thought process. How's that for an answer? Perfect. Mr. Barron, your button's pushed. One more time. Go ahead, Mr. Barron. You still? Okay. I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay, with that, I will make a motion that we approve the recommendation for the additional staff to allow the junior highs for the PLC period, and that with that, they're able to begin hiring right after tonight.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Pompa. Is
Second.
there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Barron. We have a motion by Mr. Pompa, a second by Mr. Barron. Please vote. All trustees present voting in the affirmative.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Fastos, I know you want to say a few words.
I would like to thank Michelle Wilmasonato, Evan Smith, and the junior high principals. This was a demonstration of a PLC at the administration level and at their level, and so I'm very proud of the work you've done and the persistence that you've had on this topic, so very well done. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you guys for staying. We know you have class at 8:55, so, but we've got exciting pieces. Guess this group's not worried about health insurance and salaries. With that, Ms. Powell, we'll throw it over to you to start discussion over health insurance
All right.
contributions.
Yes, health insurance. The FFC recommended that the district reinstate its contribution to $260 per month for health insurance. And a little background on this, before the 11-12 fiscal year, the school district did contribute $260 a month for each participant in our health insurance plan. And because of budget constraints in the 11-12 year, because of state funding cuts, we had to make some very difficult choices, and one of those was to reduce the amount that the district contributes for health insurance. And so we actually contribute two different amounts now. There's an amount for professional employees, that's $225 a month for participating professional employees, and then $240 a month is contributed for participating paraprofessionals and auxiliary employees. This upcoming year, the TRS Active Care plan has made some very significant changes to health insurance that will affect all of the plan participants. One of the plans was completely eliminated. The TRS Active Care 1 plan was completely gone. And then premiums will increase between 3% and 30% depending on which plan an individual chooses, and deductibles are also going up on 2 of the 3 remaining plans, and they go up anywhere from 33 to 100%. This chart shows how our current contributions compare to the districts around us. I think we're the only ones that I know of that have the split contribution for different types of employees, but you can see how our contribution compares to other districts around us and our other comparison districts across the state. This gives you kind of a highlight of the 3 remaining plans in TRS. Plan 1 is a high deductible plan. There were 2 Plan 1s before. One was just Active Care 1 and the other was the high deductible plan. The Active Care 1 went away completely, and we are left with this Plan 1 high deductible policy. You can see in the middle 2 columns what the annual premiums will be given our current contributions, those 2 different contribution rates for professionals and then for all others. This is what individuals will pay for the different plans under different coverages under Plan 1. And on the far right-hand column, that is the annual increase that any of our employees on this plan will incur given our current contribution. Because unless we change the contribution, the increases in premiums get passed entirely to the employee. And down at the bottom, you can see a summary of changes in the plan benefits. And this the second slide shows the Plan 2 information. Again, the middle 2 columns show what premiums cost for people on these different plans. And then the far right column would show the annual premium increase if, again, assuming that our current contribution rates remain the same. And then finally, Plan 3. This is the one that has the most significant cost to participants, and then the largest increase on the far right-hand side. And on this particular one, there is no change in benefits. So the estimated cost to restore our contribution back to $260 a month for all employees is $1,832,160. And that estimate is based on our current participation. And then for any additional $10 increment beyond that point would be another $584,000. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you may have on health insurance.
Ms. Pena.
Mine's more of a comment and thank you. The packet that you provided us, it made it really clear to me in another aspect, because we're next going to talk about salaries. Mm-hmm. And I took the salary compensation comparisons and I looked at the monthly district contributions for employees, and of the, let's see, 12 districts represented, we pay a higher salary to 7 of these other districts, and the ones that you put in the presentation that pay more pay for the contribution, they pay less salary. So I liked seeing this because before I had no idea what that true comparison. This was a really good big picture look at what they're trying to do is pay more compensation because their salaries are so lousy. That's the truth. And so I was glad to see this because it made me get a better picture of what we're looking at here. So thank you very much for doing all this work. I appreciate it.
Mr. Pompa.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. I think to pick up on what Ms. Pena brought up is I really believe that this is a conversation that has to be had along with the salary increase that we're going to consider. I think it's very difficult to separate it. It's part of the total compensation package. Obviously, it's a big ticket item, and I don't think it's a question of whether we're going to approve an increase. It's really, it's a question of how much it's going to be. And so, as far as I'm concerned, I think this is good information for me today. It's well presented. I think really that was key to have the salary comparisons as well. The other part I probably would have liked to have seen maybe is what their funding per WADA is as well, because looking at Austin and some of these other school districts that get almost $10,000 to our $5,200, there's also that piece that we have to consider and as we compare ourselves to other school districts. But really, this is for me again good information. But my decision point has to combine this along with whatever raise that we would consider for the staff.
Ms. Solons.
Thank you. Mr. Pompa, I would agree. And Ms. Powell, I thought I saw, maybe it was on the online version, or maybe I'm overlooking it here, how many of our employees participate?
It's 60% roughly of all of our employees, so I think it's right
4,803.
Yes, yeah.
If you will look on that sheet they provided us at 2013,
right.
14, the top right, you'll see which ones participate in which plans.
So if we increase the health insurance contribution, that means that the employee is tied then to the TRS and couldn't shop the rate in the free market for maybe a better deal.
I think if the question is, if the choice is given a raise and let people go shop it, or give the compensation instead in terms of insurance, that's a choice that individuals make. And so, I think that, certainly giving an increase to the health insurance contribution will help those who are on the plan and who want to stay in this particular plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Powell, let me ask you a couple of questions, and try not to get, I'm definitely putting on my HR consultant and health benefits right now, which I do in my professional life, because I've got some concerns over this. I think we've got to find a way to help our employees with their insurance, but I don't know if putting money towards a premium is necessarily the right option. And let me say for a couple of reasons why that's a concern. One, with healthcare reform coming in 2014, healthcare exchanges are going to start being offered in October. We don't know what they're going to charge in the state of Texas yet. That's the element we don't know. It's going to be fairly good insurance, possibly better than TRS Active Care, so we may have employees shopping and leaving us. One of the parts of healthcare reform I know I discussed with you, so I want to see the answer, is employees that average over 30 hours a week we're required to offer insurance to, and if we're not doing that for 95%, we pay a $2,000 per employee per year, not just for those on insurance, across. So we're talking millions of dollars in penalties potentially. It's very alarming to the private sector of the world. So with that, Ms. Powell, what has TRS come back and said on that substitute pay, which is one of our concerns because they are W-2 employees?
Right. Our understanding from TASB, legal white paper that they put out, is that, again, as you just cited, that we're required by the Affordable Care Act to provide coverage to 95% of all of our eligible employees. And anyone who works over 30 hours, including part-time folks and substitutes would potentially fall into that, would be considered full-time employees and thus eligible or eligible to be offered the health care. There is a provision in the law that says that, again, that as long as you're providing it to 95% of the employees, you satisfy that, and then you would not necessarily be required to offer to the other 5%. We've done an analysis looking back at a look-back period. We created a look-back period, and that's what the law calls for in determining if you meet that 30-hour rule.
Take a look back and take the average.
Right. And we looked back at that and used last fall, the entire fall semester, and looked at hours worked by subs and found that there were only 150, roughly, actually a few less than that, that worked more than 30 hours a week on average. And so that means that, that group of people falls well below 5% of our total pool. So we then would not be required to offer even to subs. Even if we did offer to substitutes, we are not required to contribute for them. You can offer it to them, but you would not be required under the law. And so we have, I think, proven out that A, based on the information we have, we're not required to contribute to health insurance for subs, and then B, then those that work more than 30 hours, we don't have enough that get us up into a range where we would have to offer it to them even in. Okay. So I think we're very comfortable right now, based on our understanding of the law, that A, we're not required to contribute, and that we're not even required to offer to them.
Okay, and Ms. Powell, what's the ramifications of, do we have any, and I haven't looked at all the numbers enough, knowing that your insurance can't be more than 10% on employee only, does that fall into case? My main concern right there is for our paraprofessionals. I think we could be possibly pretty close. What's the results
We've checked on
from
that, and we are fine there too. It's 9.5%. I think the definition of affordable.
Pretty close.
Yeah, it is. The definition of affordable is that the plan, you have to offer a plan that would not exceed 9.5% of the individual's
gross
income. And so we've done some tests on that. Likewise, our third-party administrator has said they've looked across all their districts, and they're not finding any situations where districts are not meeting that requirement. And likewise, what we saw looking at TAs as probably being the lowest paid group of employees there, we're okay on that rule.
Okay. And then I guess the last piece that the board would have to decide is, do we put this money just into their premiums, or do we take the approach of something where it's still giving them that compensation, but through another means? And even you could even take it a step further, where it's not just for the employees that are on the health plan, but all employees on the plan. How do you do that? You do that through health reimbursement accounts, things of that nature, where it's not an FSA, not an HSA, because all have to be on there, but HRAs, we provide the funding for that, and they can pay any of their medical costs, so it's still the same allocation of money. Anything they don't use, if they do not use it, does come back to the district. That is something that could be offered to all employees. Now, there's a difference when we start talking money. Do we offer it just to our employees that are providing insurance, $500 a year seed money, which is about the same as the increase we're looking at? And I say that not looking for a direct answer. I say that thinking, what's the way we're compensating? Is it the right way just to throw it into the premiums, or should we be offering things such as the HRA? And should we look at expanding that to all employees to an HRA program? Because could our strategy go in the future where we have more employees on the healthcare exchange, and to provide incentive, we're offering pieces of health reimbursement accounts to help them pay their premiums or some of their healthcare costs from these state healthcare exchanges? The old element in the room is, what's the healthcare exchange going to cost? No one really knows right now.
Right.
Some other states have released some numbers, and then there's always the fear of what's going to happen in year 2 after year 1 of those numbers is some of the main concerns. I wish I could provide more exact response, but this is not something just we're fighting. Every single HR department for every major corporation is contemplating how do they take the strategy approach towards healthcare reform and what's coming up. Mr. Pompa.
I was just going to agree with you. You definitely do sound like an HR benefits consultant. But Ms. Powell, I'd be interested to see what other options we do have in terms of, rather than just that traditional add 25 or whatever to that health insurance, which only benefits the people that are doing that. As we continue the conversation of that full compensation package that goes to our employees, so if you can, come up with something like that, just some options, what is viable or what is doable for our school district, I'd definitely be interested in that, to achieve the same end through different means, in essence. So,
Mr. Pompa, you even look at our numbers right here, and we only have 611 on our high deductible plan. What are we doing to incentivize them to go to the high deductible plan? Those are some things, if they choose that. Should we, just throwing out contemplation, should we be offering more funding and seed money towards them going towards that to take to that plan? Now, the element we have is we're not self-insured anymore. We're in essence fully insured through TRS Active Care.
Exactly.
So the cost of claims doesn't really affect us. So that's something else we have to take into account and make the evaluation. And then I would leave my final thought with the board is, do we put this money into insurance or do we put it into salary? That's, and I think you all hit it right on the head saying, let's talk about it together. It's total compensation. That's the decision we make. Do we put it into insurance or do we put it into total package of where it is? Seeing that we have no more lights, I have a feeling we may not have a motion right now on this one. This will probably be further discussion as we go into the next comment, and we can always bring it up at the next one and have that motion, or we can bring it up as we get closer to the June 20th. It's the board's decision of what we want to make. Is there a motion, or do we want to move on to the salary discussion? Mr. Barron.
Yeah, let's move on to the salary, because it's all the same package.
Good idea.
We could always go back.
Ms. Powell, let's go on to the next one.
All right, salary increase. FFC did recommend that all employees should receive a significant pay raise. They specifically stayed away from talking about a precise percentage. They wanted to leave that to the board's discretion. This particular slide is kind of, you certainly can't see all the numbers on here, but I think graphically you can see this is the teacher salary schedule for the 12-13 year. This shows our district plus there are 15 other districts, our normal comparison group, and the districts right around us that we compete with for staff. And what you'll notice on this with the yellow highlighting is that at steps 5 and 10, even at step 0, we're at position 8. And then we drop down to 10, ranked number 10 out of all these 16 districts at steps 5 and 10, and come back just to, again, step 8 at year 15. And so we sag here on the lower end of the salary schedule. And a very large percentage of our teachers are in that range. So that's just something to consider as we move along through this conversation. Salary increases, as we've talked about before, a 1% increase costs $3 million, and then you can see the subsequent increments here for additional percentage increases. To help with that sag there in the lower part of the salary schedule, the board might want to consider also giving equity adjustments to people steps 1 through 20, or years 1 through 20 on the salary schedule to bring those up. I've modeled two different things. I've modeled that an assumption that Arlington and all of our comparison districts give a 2% raise, and then calculated what equity adjustments would cost to get us in that particular model up to level 7. And so that would cost $1,505,000, actually $1,505,947, to bring us up to step 7. Or rank 7 in that particular model. We are early in the budget process. There are only 2 of our comparison districts that have already actually adopted or approved salary increases for next year. Irving approved a 3% salary increase, and Pasadena likewise has approved a 3% salary increase. So both of those are on that comparison chart, and so they are already plugged in my model at the 3% raise that they have approved, and then this model I just described to you, I would assume that all the other districts give a 2.5% raise, including us, and from there factor what the equity adjustments would cost to get us a rank of 7 out of all of those. So again, it would cost $1,505,000. I also did a model on 3%. If you give a 3% raise, then the equity adjustments for those same levels in the salary schedule actually cost you a little bit less. It cost $1,183,398. Again, to bring us to rank 7 across all of those districts at those positions, at the increments of 0 through 20. I'm also suggesting that we increase the beginning teacher pay to $47,500 this next year, again, to help us compete and recruit the best teachers to Arlington. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have about cost of raises.
Thank you, President Hahn.
Thank you.
Just, I don't really have any questions. I was going to comment on the slide, Ms. Powell, with the teacher salary comparisons. Maybe because I have a daughter that's a sophomore in college, and as a result, I know a lot of students that have recently graduated from college with their teacher certifications, and it just, you know, I'm always recruiting for our school district. I think we have a great school district, and I think we're going places and we're making it better. So I know some of these young students that have graduated are going to be really great teachers, and I'm always recruiting them. I'm just disappointed here when they tell me, well, you just don't pay enough. And they're going over to HEB and to some of these other school districts. These are Arlington kids. These are kids that came out of our own high schools. And as I look at this chart here, you know, I'd rather be, you know, much higher, you know, in the 5 years and 10 years so that we can recruit, you know, the best right at the beginning than be at the high end over at the other side in terms of, you know, the way I want to strategically spend my money. So anything that we can do. I think the 47.5 that you recommended, that's only just with the 3% increase that or roughly, you know, roughly yes, that we're probably going to, that we're considering somewhere around there, right? So, and then everybody else looks like they're going to be giving, that you gave us a chart that says most of the school districts are looking at something between 2 and 3% increases. And
that was from a TASB survey across the state. The starting salary that Irving adopted is $50,000.
Yeah, so I think at 47.5, it's kind of misleading because it would put us, you know, at number 4 here, but in all reality, pretty much everybody that's above us is going to go up about the same amount.
The 47.5, I think, it's going to keep us in the middle of the pack. We're going to be roughly 7 or 8.
Yeah, and if we, and this gets pretty complicated, if we try to raise that so that we were, you know, closer to the 50,000 at the front end, would you be able to model some of the equity adjustments that we would have to make if we said, okay, rather than just, you know, do also the 2 to 3% raise for first-year teachers, push that a little bit so we're more competitive and we're getting them when they're coming out of college. You'd be able to model the rest of the.
Yes, yeah, you can model that, and you do wind up having to make some equity adjustments, a pretty good ways up into the salary schedule, because if you give a big increase, say at step 0, that beginning salary, then you may have leapfrogged them over year 1, year 2, year 3, and so you've got to continue increasing those subsequent levels on up until you eliminate that, and that can go quite a ways into the salary schedule.
Real quick, Mr. Pompa, we've kind of talked about this in the past, and one way to do that, getting where you're trying to go, which I think's a good idea, is we could do year 1 through 5 on the same schedule, no increase 1 through 5, if they give a raise each year, that's the only raise they're getting. So you would take all your employees year 1 through 5 and put them at that 5-year mark so that it raises that, they stay there, and you get them locked in. And then after year 5, they start seeing equity adjustments of the increase. So then you definitely are increasing and showing a higher value on that starting it off. It is one way to think about
I think there's
potentially doing that.
definitely that's a strategy. There's a couple of others because I studied a few other school districts, and what I've noticed at some of these high school districts, the movement from year 0 to 5 is not as big as our movement is from year 0 to 5, and so I'd be interested to see what impact it is to the overall cost to increase it, but then slow down the races. And again, I'm going to go back to HEB because I spent a lot of time on that one. They're only going up from year 1 to year 5 by like $200. And so they do have a little bit of increase each year, but it's almost like you said, pretty much you lock it in at that. And then what does that do to the overall cost of our, of our staff when you do something like that? Again, what I'd like to see is some exploration of ways to bring us up higher so that we're much more competitive and are able to cherry pick the best of the best. I mean, if we're going to be the best school district out there, then we gotta start bringing in the best teachers. We have great teachers already. We gotta retain them, but we also have to look at bringing in the best teachers coming out of college. And so I'd love to explore that a little bit more, Ms. Powell, see how we can push that, invert that graph that we see there. Thank you.
Thank you. While we're waiting for other lights, I would also say, Mr. Pomp, we talked earlier about outcomes and measures. I would ask to say, what does our personnel department truly think is the key to the recruiting the teachers? Is it that higher piece? And that's maybe the group that you need to get with and talk through of what's it going to take to truly recruit that? Are they looking at that? As you said, the numbers are, do we have a higher percent leaving in years 0 through 5? Are we losing them after year 3? What's our trends showing for those numbers so we can sit there and evaluate what our total compensation package needs to be to have us recruiting? Because what we don't want to do is just throw money at something and it doesn't solve the problem that we're discussing. So we've got to figure out what's the problem, and then what are the numbers we need to fix, then how do we fix that with a salary increase? Ms. Pena.
I've been hearing from other teachers who they love the environment at Arlington ISD, they just don't like the salary. And I would be comfortable, without saying a whole lot of stuff, I would be comfortable with our starting salary being at $48,000, with us doing the equity across the board and with a 3% pay raise. And I'm not going to go into detail, but that's what I could support.
Did you say 3%, Ms. Pena? Okay, good. I was just making sure. Ms. Solons.
Thank you. And Mr. Pompa, I agree with you on what we're looking at with what we do in those early years, but I think we want to make sure when we do evaluate that, we do it in concert with the notion that there will be a performance pay system too. So, if we make that jump in the first years, how does the performance piece fit in that chart? So, just another, thank you.
Ms. Powell, seeing no lights, I would say, never mind. I was going to make a comment, but go ahead, Mr. Barron.
Grand Prairie went to 47.5 for next year, and they've already announced that, and 3%.
Okay.
Okay, and then they're staying with 301 on insurance. And that was what they had last year also, in case anybody needs those numbers. And I agree with Mrs. Pena that we need to bump the starting pay up a little bit more, and 48 is a good number. A couple of districts are already there, and I'm with 3% also. And then we can still discuss insurance after that.
Dr. Reich.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to Ms. Sullivan's comment. We are in a state of transition and flux in implementing the strategic plan. and we do have to be cognizant of that. I would think that it's going to be more beneficial for us to do more of a traditional type of budget process this year with the salary and pay increase and that type of thing. Health insurance rolled into it versus separate, that we can discuss. But then just keep it more of a traditional platform so that when we do have a performance-based model, then we can start adding that modeling into this and totally change what we're doing in the next budget cycle. So that's all.
I think that's a fair recommendation. Ms. Powell, as you jump it up, I don't want to, and I asked Mr. Barron and Ms. Pena, I agree with you 100%. I think we've got to increase that pay. I think the 3% is the percent I think is the right percent for a salary increase overall. I think that equity is definitely needed. I don't want us to just choose a $48,000 number out of the air. Because on the same side, I would sit there and say, I think we should be at 48,453 at that 5-year mark, and I'm just kind of choosing that out, throwing that out of the air. So I just want us to make sure we're looking, is that the number we need? Is that what we think is going to be able to recruit and help us bring in more highly qualified first-year teachers? Because my belief is if I can get them into the system, my leadership is going to be able to keep them in the system. And so I want to give them as much power as possible. I would sit there, and if Mr. Pompa or one way about that, if it's a small increase year 1 through 5, great, let's do that. Or if it's the same thing, 1 through 5, we can look at that model any which way. I think it's worth a consideration to definitely look at. As a starting teacher, no one ever says teachers are in it for the money. They have to have livable wages. But that first year, they definitely look at sometimes the money. Where can they get a job, and who has what money are they paying? Just knowing enough first-year teachers, that's definitely a factor on there. But I want to make sure from personnel and from talking to some more first-year teachers, finding out maybe a quick survey of all first-year and second years, what's the biggest determining factors to make sure we are putting our money towards the right factors that help our personnel department. Mr. Pompa.
Just a quick comment. What I heard from some of these students that are hiring, that are looking for jobs, is they apply to all the school districts, but they're going to take the job offer from the one that pays the highest. And so, I mean, if they're coming down to, we're getting the ones that HEB and Irving and all these other ones. The ones that they didn't offer them a job, those are the ones we're getting for the most part, and so. And I don't want to be the last, the last option.
And I would say I agree with you to an extent on that. I think there are other elements that come into play. There's a reason Irving's having to pay the most. No offense to Irving and my colleagues in Irving, but guess what? There's a lot of teachers that don't want to work in Irving. There's some that don't want to work in Arlington. No offense over there. Chad's from Coppell, Steve's from Irving, but it is a factor, and I think, is a teacher, I think, going to make a decision off of $200 or $300 to teach at a local district? Probably not. $2,000 or $3,000, yeah, I think that's a bigger determining factor. With that, seeing no lights and thinking that we do have some time to discuss this, I don't know. I will throw out if anyone wants to make a motion, or we can wait until the next meeting or the 20th to make as we get some more information back from staff on insurance and salaries. What's the will of the board?
Can we get some projections as to what 48,000 would look like across the board, and what 50 maybe would look like as far as on the pay scale, and ultimately what the impact it would be on the budget? Yeah, with the equity, right. Can we do that? Because right now we're just looking at a little
I see heads nodding, Mr. Barron, that they can do that.
We can.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Powell, for that. We are going to move on to the next agenda item. Next, we will go into. She's staying. You need we got critique in years past. Do you need a stool?
No, I'm good. And this is short. No, we're good, and this one's short.
Ms. Powell, next we're going to move into discussion action item Number B, letter B, consider proposed 2013 tax rate. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Hogg, and I turn it right over to Cindy, and Cindy's going to have a brief presentation on the tax rate.
State law requires that school districts hold a public hearing on their budget and the proposed tax rate for the upcoming year. And we actually have to post a notice in the paper about that hearing, and that notice has to be posted between 10 and 30 days before the hearing. And in that notice, we include the proposed M&O tax rate and proposed debt service tax rate. In the end, the board cannot adopt a tax rate that's higher than what is posted in that notice. You can adopt a rate lower or less than what you post in that notice. You just can't go higher without coming back and first having posting another notice and holding another public meeting on that revised rate. The public hearing on the budget and the proposed tax rate for the upcoming year is planned for June the 20th. And just keep in mind, we have to adopt our budget by June 30th. The tax rate we will actually adopt in August after we get the July 25th property values from the Tarrant Appraisal District. The rate that we are proposing this evening, as we've already discussed, is that we propose the same rates that are in place this year. For the maintenance and operations rate, that would be $1.04, and on the debt service rate, that's 26.1 cents. That brings the total to $1.30.1. And so at this point, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have, and then it would be appropriate for the board to actually vote on the proposed tax rate, not the actual rate, but the rate that you want to propose for us to put in the notice. And we're scheduled to run that notice in the paper on Friday of this week.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Powell. With that, is there any discussion? Any questions for Ms. Powell? Mr. Pompa.
Just a quick question. We don't have any concern that we would, can I go back to the rates? That the debt service rate would need to be higher than that. We're
No.
100% certain before we put that up there.
I'm very confident that,
Okay.
that we would not need to raise the debt service rate.
Okay. And we could lower it if.
Yes, if we
that's-
post 26.1 cents, we could adopt a rate less than that. You could still adopt a rate higher than that, you just have to publish another notice.
Okay.
And have another
Okay,
hearing.
okay. If something went
yeah,
crazy, we
right.
could fix it. Okay, that's fine. That's all I need to know.
Perfect. At this time, seeing no more lights, if anyone would like to make a motion. Mr. Barron.
I move that the board approve a proposed maintenance and operations tax rate of $1.04 and a proposed debt service tax rate of 26.1 cents for the 2013 tax year, for a total proposed tax rate of $1.30.1.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Barron, a second by Ms. Solons. Discussion? Dr. Reich? None? Okay, none. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please vote. All trustees present voting in the affirmative. We can post a tax rate, a proposed tax rate, Ms. Powell. Now we come to our open forum for non-agenda items. The second open forum segment of the meeting provides citizens with an opportunity to address trustees on any subject except personnel. This is not intended to be a discussion or a debate, and trustees will not provide as speakers. Derogatory comments aimed at individuals do not be tolerated. Do we have any? Nope. I have 0 cards, so we are good. And moving on to the next one, you're not worried about the buzzer. Next, we'll go to the next agenda item, and we'll go to the superintendent's report. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Hogg. I'd like to share some information about our school district and some of our students. The Pantego Lions Club recently awarded a $1,000 grant to the Arlington Special Education PTSA. Thank you to the Lions Club for their support of our schools and our students. Martin High School students Matt Baker and Chris Calandria and Jake Leland placed first at the Texas History Day competition. They had a group website project. They will be traveling to Baltimore in June, escorted by sponsors Jackie Eccles and Aaron Cadle for the National History Day competition. Congratulations and good luck to them. The Piercy Steppers travel to St. Louis, Missouri to compete at the National Step Show Alliance Step Show Team, or competition, in the Under 14 National Stepping Bee on April 20th. And they were led by sponsors Rashida Hampton and Melanie Shelby, and the Piercy Steppers claimed the 2013 Under 14 Co-Ed National Championship. So great job to the Piercy Steppers. Yesterday, we recognized seniors in the top 2% of their class and the teachers who most impacted their school careers at the Student Teacher Appreciation Recognition Luncheon. It was a great event to honor their work, and congratulations to all the students for honoring their teachers and the teachers that were recognized. This week, as everyone knows, is the last week of school for our students and many of our school staff. I want to thank everyone for their hard work this year, in particular for their hard work with our strategic plan and the implementation of all the components of that. I hope that everyone has a wonderful summer. I want to congratulate our 3,700 seniors who will graduate this weekend. We want you to excel in all your future endeavors. There's a picture of some of them, 3 of the 3,700. Martin High School baseball is still in the playoff race. They will play in a state tournament in Round Rock this weekend. They take on Fort Bend Dulles in the semifinal game Friday at noon. If they win, they will play the winner of Conroe the Woodlands and Northside O'Connor Saturday at 11:30. So good luck to Martin baseball. Beginning tomorrow, our alumni will be able to order transcripts online for the very first time, which is quite revolutionary for us. Businesses that need to verify graduation will also be able to complete this process through the same website. There is no cost to the district for the system. It's hosted by Scribbled Software. Users will pay a small convenience fee to use the system, but will be able to pay for transcripts with credit cards, which has not been an option before in the past for us. I want to thank the Transcript Services Department for their hard work on this, Shirley Lee, Betty Pratt, and Vern Cox for their new system, so our students can take advantage of ordering transcripts online, which is very good. The Arlington Independent School District has received the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Officers Association. This award represents a very significant achievement and reflects the AISD's commitment to the highest standards of governmental budgeting. I'd like to ask Tony Drollinger, Executive Director of Finance, to come forward as Mr. Hogg and I will go down and present him with a plaque for his hard work in the Finance Department as he represents.
I'm sure they are. Can I say one word while y'all are walking out? I have to give credit where credit's due. First of all, good morning. But I do have to give credit where credit is due. And actually, you know, we've won the award for the CAFR for the audit report 33 years in a row for one and 24 years in a row for the other. This is the first year we've received the budget award for the budget book in many, many, many years. I think Joe Miller and Steve Brown might have applied years ago for it, but this is due to the efforts of Mandy Mew. She's the one that sat there and compiled all the records, all the reports, got it in the right format, completed the application, sent it in. So this is really, awesome. While it's everybody's award back there, it's her efforts that got it for us, and we intend to continue. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cavazos. Congratulations to our accounting and finance department. You guys, every year, do outstanding jobs. Next, we'll come up to school board reports. Ms. Pena.
Well, since I've been out of town, it's going to be short. Aside from attending the STAR luncheon, I also attended the Volunteer Appreciation Awards meeting where volunteers in our community who have served 500-plus hours were recognized. And we appreciate all the help that they give us because this is all about us working together as a community.
Any other board reports tonight? Dr. Reich.
Thank you, President Hogg. With all the end of the year activities, many awards presentations, many visits at schools, not just for my kids, tons. The one thing I did want to mention to the board, I don't know that you are aware, I represented the board and the district at the Tarrant County Commissioners Court, representing our MOU, our Memorandum of Understanding for truancy with Commissioner Wynn. And the Commissioners Court, the end of the story is they approved it unanimously, and that was great. The middle of the story is I got to stand there just like people do here and watch some interesting fireworks and dancing between Commissioner Wynn and Commissioner Brooks, who they ultimately came to the same decision that they were on the same side and looking for the same thing. But it was interesting standing there nonetheless. But they were, I think, pleased and happy with what we're doing and looking forward to great efficiencies gained and collaborative partnership in the future regarding truancy. So.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Reich. Mr. Pompa.
Thank you, President Hogg. As Dr. Reich alluded, there's a lot of activity and there's a lot of end of the year invitations that we get. I generally don't talk about all the schools that I visit just because it's really late when we finish and I don't want to extend the meeting any longer, but I got a call from one of the schools that I visited, and they kind of called me out that I didn't recognize the fact that I visited them here. So I guess, you know, they do watch and they want to that recognition. So I'm going to go through a few places that I visited. BBNC Elementary had a tremendous career day, which they invited me to, and just some sharp fourth grade students that I presented to. And in that school, everybody wanted to hear about, I told them I have two jobs, my entrepreneur job and business owner job, and my trustee. There, everybody wanted to hear about my entrepreneur job. At Bergen Elementary, everybody wanted to hear about my trustee job, and that was sixth graders. They were very interested in the decisions that we're making up here. Just again, a sharp group. Ms. Vaughn is the counselor there, and she made it a point to come up to me and thank me for the additional counselor resources that we approved at the beginning of this year. And she pointed out to the very successful career day as one of the things that they were able to do and do it very well because she had the bandwidth to be able to take on that. Also attended the Martin baseball game. Way to go, Warriors. Congratulations on your state championship or tournament berth. That's great. Go centers, the career and college and career centers. I had not visited those. There's some tremendous work being done, and I think I will be visiting with staff to see what we can do to support those centers. If our goal is to prepare our students for college, we have organizations that are giving us resources in terms of staffing to staff these college and career centers, and so anything that we can do to leverage that assistance, we need to definitely do it. And some of the schools like Sam Houston has a tremendous college and career center. They have a dedicated classroom with, I believe, 4 or 5 computers that are in use all the time. They have 3 staff members in there pretty much at all times, helping students with college application, FAFSA application, TAFSA application, you name it. I mean, that's tremendous. And they certainly deserve our support. Visited Martin Venture also. And then today I had the opportunity to finally visit Venture High School and do a complete tour of that. They were thrilled to see me because they said that Board of Trustees hardly ever go there. So that's what they told me. So just for everyone to know.
It just means they're doing something right.
They are. They're doing a lot of things right. They're very passionate, very dedicated individuals to making sure that we capture those students that have kind of fallen through the cracks for whatever reason, and to bring them back up and have them graduate with their class. So tremendous work that Venture High School is doing. Congratulations to all the staff there, and I'm proud of the work that you guys are doing. And with that, concludes my report.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Pompa. Any other reports? Mr. Pompa, you just wanted us to run over midnight, so my first meeting will go past midnight. I know what you're trying to do. Thank you. I know this time of the year, all of us are at multiple schools. It is springtime and a little crazy for all of us, to say the least. So to our 2 audience members that chose us over the city council meeting, thank you for being here tonight. We know it was a conflicting meeting. And Mr. Secretary, do we have any items to consider from requests from the board?
I just have one recorded that Mr. Barron stated on staff bringing back the $48,000 and $50,000 starting salary with the adjustments to be considered for the budget. That's all I have from this meeting. I did want to make sure that Dr. C. and staff know that, and I'm sorry that I hadn't sent this out to you, but we do have a couple of budget-related items from the last meeting that we haven't seen yet. One is the, let's see here, to bring back the stipend comparison for the junior high athletics in the surrounding districts. That was by Mr. Hibbs at our May 16th. And then Ms. Sullins was requesting a superintendent study or report on the expansion costs and potential tipping point of the resources with the budget for everybody, all things included, not just the athletics, for this budget cycle. So those were 2 outstanding things for our budget.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. With that, it is 12:54 a.m. on, I'm sorry, 12:04. Listen. I'm a product of the AISD. I guess we didn't teach telling time that well, but I've made it other things in life. So with that, we will now move into a closed meeting pursuant to sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.0474 of the Texas Government Code for the following purposes: consultation with general counsel to seek and receive legal advice pursuant to section 551.071 of TGC, consider appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, to hear government complaints or changes against public officer or employee to TGC 551.074, or discuss a purchase, exchange of lease, or value of real property. With that, we are adjourned.